Better memory makes you 10 times faster at learning. All it takes is 15 minutes a day to train your memory, and I'll prove it in the next 35 seconds. I used to blank out on presentations, forget names, reread the same page 5 times, and still have nothing stick. By the evening I was drained, not from doing too much, but because my brain just wouldn't hold on to anything. Then I found the intelligence training plan. I didn't believe something this simple could actually work, but it did. Tiny daily steps, 15 minutes max, and suddenly I could recall what I needed right when I needed it. Now I prepare for tomorrow's big meetings in hours, not days. No panic, no cramming, just clarity. Take the 3-minute quiz, follow the plan for 15 minutes a day, and unlock more of your potential. Tap the screen and get started.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. One subscription, 2 apps.
What is this one? Odanapa ni owulanapa kewo kagboje obeshichije obenagbehu oye na penapa ao misusuma jemo yehowa yi ao yehowa menyomo odanapa ni owulanapa kewo kagboje obeshichije obenagbehu oye na penapa help say oye na pe
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, good morning. This is better. We sincerely apologize for the late start of the program. It's due to 1 or 2 technical hitches. It will be resolved in a matter of minutes and the program will kickstart. So please do bear with us. And 2, 3, 5 minutes time, please, the program will start. Thank you very much. This is our GIPC in collaboration with the Regional Coordinating Council's program. But before even the start of the program, I would like to put this announcements across. It will be streaming live on all social media platforms across the world. So I will entreat you to either put your phone on silent or you off it so that you don't distract the process. Secondly, because it's a live streaming program, our movement will be a bit restricted. So please do bear with us because of the cameras here and there. Our movement will be a little bit restricted. Thank you for compliance. God bless you. We'll start the program very soon. All right. So, honorable member of Central, our honorable MMDC is here present. Nananum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Please, your response is just lukewarm. Good morning once again. Yeah, this sounds better. I have the pleasure of welcoming you all to the investment forum, which is being streamed live here from the Ridge Royal Hotel in Cape Coast and across all social media platforms worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the Central Region, successive ministers have called on well-meaning Ghanaians and investors alike to come and explore the investment and business potentials in the region. This very program is no exception. Hello? Hello? Yeah, sure. Regulate the mic for me. I am the hello. Please the microphone for me. Hello. Try. Yeah, so as I was saying, I am of the firm belief that by the end of this forum, the decision will be ours to make on how to invest and transform the region. Once again, you are most welcome. Without much ado, let me quick. Mr. Charles Opukumens, the Aftercard and Investor Grievance Division of the GIPC, to officiate a short opening prayer to commence the program. We can applaud him in a better manner.
Thank you. Please let's bow our heads. Thank you, Lord, for this morning. We commit our event into your hands and we ask that you grant us the grace to go through successfully in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful prayer. I'm sure it will go a long way to enhance a successful program. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on our program, we are all here in the Central Region, but we are not all resided at one place. We have come from far and near, so we need to be welcome. On that note, I am humbled to call the Chief Director of the Regional Coordinating Council, the person of Mr. Amwako Kwatin, give us the welcome remarks. A round of applause for the Chief Director.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Please, good morning to you all. Please, I'm here to represent our Honorable Regional Minister, Honorable Echo Penny Oche. So the address that I'm reading is not from the Chief Director, but from the Honorable Minister of Finance, or his rep, the Honorable Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Omahin of Esikuma, and the President of the Central Regional House of Chiefs, Honorable Kwame Asare Obin, MP for Gomoa Central, the Chief Executive Officer, Board and Management members of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, here in present, Honorable Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Chief Executives, Nananum, captains of industries and business communities, development partners, distinguished guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Honorable Regional Minister, chiefs and good people of the Central Region, I warmly welcome you all to Cape Coast and to the Central Regional Investment Roadshow being organized by the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, among other partners. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must say that this forum is both strategic and significant as it affirms our collective commitment to harnessing local resources, attracting sustainable investment, and positioning our region as a competitive and preferred destination for business and enterprise. I will use this opportunity to commend the Ghana Investment Promotion Center for its leadership in creating this platform that bridges policy, opportunity, and private sector participation. Distinguished guests, the Central region is endowed with tremendous economic, cultural, and natural assets, with an estimated population of approximately 2.9 million people. We are one of the Ghana's most vibrant and demographically dynamic regions. Our coastline, historic forts and castles, national parks, and cultural heritage make us the tourism heartbeat of the nation. Agriculture remains a cornerstone of our economy. Almost half of our economically active population is engaged in agriculture, forestry, and fishing, reflecting not only our deep agricultural heritage, but significant opportunities for agribusiness, value addition, and export-oriented growth. Despite this wealth of potentials, ladies and gentlemen, attributed to the region, investment has historically clustered in Greater Accra, leaving regions like ours yearning for more equitable participation in Ghana's economic expansion. GIPC data indicates that while the Greater Accra region secured majority of our registered investment projects, the Central region recorded only a fraction, highlighting the need for events like this roadshow that shines a spotlight on regional investment readiness and opportunities. It is against this backdrop that I found the theme driving local investment, unlocking regional potential, mapping opportunities, and mobilizing growth in the Central region very important and timely. This is because this forum offers us an opportunity not only to map out investment prospects, but also to engage in meaningful dialogue, forge strategic partnership, and mobilize the capital and expertise required to translate potential into tangible economic growth and job creation for our people. Under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, government remains firmly committed to creating a business-friendly environment through policy reforms, infrastructure development, regulatory efficiency, and targeted incentives that stimulate private sector growth. It's also rebuilding investor confidence and accelerating economic growth through strategic initiatives such as the $10 billion Big Push infrastructure program, the 24-hour economy policy, and strengthened investment facilitation mechanisms. At the regional level, we are strengthening institutional coordination, promoting public sector partnerships, and aligning local development plans with national investment priorities. Distinguished guests, it is on record that the region is full of promises and potentials, which has indeed transformed its economic narrative over recent years. Not only have we become one of the most productive regions in Ghana, but now ranking among the top in per capita productivity across the country. Our farming communities produce cocoa, food staples, and high-value crops, just to mention a few. You will all agree with me that our coastline support some of the nation's most productive fisheries and the region's emerging industrial projects, including the Gumua Central Special Economic Zone, courtesy Honorable Kwame Asare Obeng, MP for Gumua Central. These are set to attract new industries and generate over 60,000 jobs, unlocking value across manufacturing, logistics, and agro-processing. I therefore wish to encourage our dear investors and business leaders present to explore the opportunities showcased here, engage with our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, and take advantage of the support mechanism provided by the JIPC and other state institutions. The Central Region is indeed ready and prepared to do business. I wish once again to express my appreciation to the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, our development partners, and all stakeholders who have contributed to the success of this forum. Together, let us drive local investment, unlock the full potential of the Central Region, and build a resilient and inclusive regional economy for the benefit of the present and future generation. I once again, on behalf of the regional minister, you are all most welcome to the Central Region and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and may the God bless us all and our homeland, Ghana. Thank you very much for your rapt attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amwako Kwatin. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's applaud the Chief Director. He represented the Honorable Regional Minister. So today he is in the capacity of the Regional Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here talking about investment. We are here talking about business. Who are the most targeted? That's the youth. Fortunately for us at this forum, we have a lot of youth whose energies are being asked to be directed and channeled towards agriculture and other businesses. Here we are, we have a very youthful MP who inspires the youth so much in this direction. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be humbled to invite the MP for Gumua Central, Honorable Kwame Asare Obeng, to make a statement. A round of applause for the MP. We used to know him as A+. Honorable A+. The applause is too lukewarm. He doesn't like it that way.
I like it when people call me youth. Feeling youthful at almost 50 is good. The CEO, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, and the Deputy CEO, or therefore Amwako Abuedu, the 8th President of the Central Regional House of Chiefs, Madame Charlotte Osei, my greatest motivator of all time, distinguished guests, traditional authorities, investors and development partners, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to commend the Ghana Investment Promotion Center for this excellent initiative. Initiatives like this align perfectly with Ghana's broader development agenda and demonstrates a clear commitment to turning regional potential into economic value. Well done to the leadership and the team of GIPC for taking these bold and forward-looking steps. I'm going to tell you a story and then we will close. Over 500 years ago, European traders landed on the shores of what we now call the Central Region. They did not arrive here by chance. They studied the coastline, ocean currents, the wind patterns, the links to the interior, and they deliberately chose this region. From Cape Coast to Elmina, goods produced deep within the hinterlands were exported from this region to all parts of the world. The Central Region was identified early as a natural trade and export hub. And this is like 500 years ago. History was right about the location. The only thing that history was not right about was who benefited from that trade. Today, history is calling on us again, and this time, the central region must not serve external interests. It must serve Ghana and the same coastline that once exported gold, cocoa, timber, and palm produce can once again export manufactured goods, processed agricultural products, and African value-added products all over the world. This is why infrastructure, especially a modern port, is not an option. It is an essential part of everything that we do in this region. This understanding was clearly shared by Kwame Nkrumah. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah believed deeply in the strategic importance of the central region and invested deliberately here as part of his broader industrialization agenda. Amongst his key legacy projects in this region are the University of Cape Coast, established in 1962 to build human capital for national development, the Ghana National College Cape Coast, founded to nurture leadership and national consciousness, the Commander Sugar Factory, established in 1964 as a major agro-industrial anchor, the Pomazi Poultry Farm and Feed Mill, designed to support food security and agro-processing. These projects followed a clear philosophy: build brains, build factories, and connect production to markets. What we are doing today is not new thinking. It is just an unfinished national work. The central region has already tested manufacturing. Factories such as the Sopon Ceramics were established to produce tiles, sanitary ware, earthenware, and industrial ceramics, prove that this region is not only capable of production, but of industrial value addition. Together with agro-industries such as Trufu oil palm plantation and the sugar cane and the sugar value chain at Commander, the central region has a strong industrial foundation waiting to be scaled, modernized, integrated into commercial markets. Beyond history and location, the central region is richly endowed with natural resources. The region has deposits of lithium and critical minerals, as well as gold, limestone, clay, and industrial minerals. Even the clay that we have in the central region is a natural resource. In an era of electric vehicle and renewable energy, lithium gives the central region some strategic opportunity to participate in the battery and clean energy value chain, not as a raw material exporter, but as a value-adding industrial hub. Coupled with fertile agricultural lands, fishery, and agro-processing potential, the region is well positioned for resource-based industrialization under the 24-hour economy program. Perhaps the central region's greatest asset is its people. The region has a predominantly youth population with a large proportion under the age of 35. This provides a strong workforce, a growing consumer market, energy, creativity, and adaptability. In addition, the region is one of Ghana's strongest educational hubs. This region hosts the University of Cape Coast, the University of Education Winneba, colleges of education, nursing and health training institutions, and technical schools. For investors, this means skills close to industry, lower recruitment costs, and opportunity for industry-academia collaboration. The central region is the cultural soul of Ghana, suitable for year-round agriculture, industrial operations, and quality living conditions. This is an important factor for both investors and professionals. On the matter of a port in the central region, let me speak plainly. I have had several conversations with His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama, and he has clearly indicated his strong interest in building a new port to support industrialization, trade, and long-term economic growth. The question before us is not whether Ghana needs a new port. The question is where history, logic, and national interests converge. During the transatlantic trade, the central region was one of the most active export corridors in this part of the world. From our shores, millions of enslaved Africans were forcibly taken alongside exports of gold, timber, cocoa, and raw material to Europe and the Americas. Today, history demands balance and vision demands courage. In this context, I wish to respectfully call on Dr. Ekos Gabra, Ghana's Special Envoy for Reparations, to consider strategic partnerships for the construction of a port in the Central Region as part of the broader reparations agenda being championed by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Reparations must go beyond symbolism. They must translate into transformational infrastructure that restores dignity, unlocks opportunity, and creates lasting economic value. A modern port in the Central Region built through partnership with Americas and the Caribbeans and global institutions will stand as a powerful reparative investment. A port will also do two powerful things at once. First, it will welcome tourist cruise ships from the Americas and the Caribbean, bringing descendants of African diaspora back to the Cape Coast and Elmina castles, not in chains, but in dignity, remembrance, and economic partnership. Secondly, it will serve as an export gateway for value-added and finished goods produced in the Central Region and beyond, sending back to the very regions we once exported raw material, manufactured products, technology, and African value. This is how a nation closes a painful chapter, not with anger, but with industry, not with words, but with infrastructure, not by looking back, but by trading forward. A Central Region port will therefore be a logistics and industrial asset, a tourism and cultural bridge, a symbol of historic closure to economic rebirth. This is not just a port. It is a statement of who we are and where we are going. As the Member of Parliament for Gomua Central, I am leading the establishment of the Gomua Central Special Economic Zone, a flagship industrial and commercial project designed to anchor the Central Region's transformation under the 24-hour economy program. The Gomua Central Special Economic Zone is envisioned as a fully integrated manufacturing, logistics, industrial, and service hub operating day and night and strategically positioned to serve Ghana, the ECOWAS sub-region, and the wider African continent under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It is being developed to attract value-adding industries, create mass employment for the youth, support local resource processing, and connect production directly to ports, markets, and global supply chains. This is not a speculative project. It is a structured, law-compliant, and partnership-driven initiative anchored in Ghana's development priorities and Africa's continental trade agenda. I therefore respectfully call on the government of Ghana to take a bold and historic step. Let's build a port in the Central Region. Distinguished guests, history chose the Central Region as a trade hub centuries ago. Nkrumah invested here because he understood its destiny. Today, it is our responsibility to finish that assignment. Let us turn geography into opportunity. Let us turn history into prosperity. Let us build an economy that works day and night for Ghana and Africa. I thank you, and may God bless the Central Region and our beloved country, Ghana.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP for Gomua Central. Please, we can applaud him in a better manner. He says he likes it when it's addressed as youth. But I told you, one person most of the youth look up to and will want to emulate his examples. One more time, we are so grateful to you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, before the next speaker comes, we have a short video to preview on some of the prospects and opportunities in the region. So the video will be previewed, and then the next personality will come and then give his remarks. So let's watch the video.
Welcome to the Central Region, a land of history, heritage, and high-value investment potential. Covering about 9,800 square kilometers along Ghana's Gulf of Guinea coastline, The region is strategically positioned between Greater Accra and Western regions. With a population of over 2.8 million people, the Central Region offers a young, dynamic, and growing labor force supported by strong educational institutions and vocational skills. The Central Region is Ghana's tourism heartbeat. Its global recognition stems from landmarks like the Cape Coast and Elmina castles, sites that connect millions of visitors to centuries of world history. From the rainforest of Kakum National Park with its famous canopy walk to the memorial grounds at Asen Manso, where enslaved Africans took their last bath before the journey across the Atlantic, the region offers a deep, emotional, and unforgettable tourism experience. Today, new opportunities are emerging in beachfront hotels and coastal resort establishments, eco-lodges, outdoor adventure tourism, cruise and marina development, cultural centers, museums, and hospitality services. With history, culture, and nature in one destination, the Central Region stands ready for investors who see the future of tourism beyond traditional holidaying towards full experiential destination development. Along the coast of Elmina, Cape Coast, Apam, Moree, Winneba, and several other towns, generations of fishing communities drive one of the region's most important livelihoods. Demand for marine products, both locally and internationally, is growing rapidly. Yet, the region faces major gaps in cold chain logistics, marine processing, and aquaculture import supply, gaps that represent strong opportunities for investments. Priority areas investors can consider include fish processing and packaging plants, cold storage facilities, ice plants, and refrigerated logistics, cage aquaculture development, production of fish feed, and marine farming inputs. Beyond tourism and fishing, the Central Region is also a powerful base for agriculture. It boasts of vast arable land for oil palm plantations, pineapple farms, expanding citrus production belt, and growing cassava and vegetable farming communities across Ewutusenya, Komwa, Ekumfi, and Agona. The sector is ripe for value addition. Investment-ready opportunities include palm oil and other derivatives, fruit juice and concentrate processing, fresh fruit export lines, gari, starch, and flour processing factories, packaging and cold chain logistics, input distribution, including seedlings and fertilizers. 21,000 acres of land within Gomwa Central District has been earmarked for a special economic zone. It is projected as a special purpose vehicle to facilitate trade within the AFCFTA framework, connecting Ghana to a 3.4 trillion market size within Africa and the Caribbean. This trade and export-driven initiative is anchored on 5 pillars, namely eco-recreational parks, organic farming zones, 24-hour business district, eco-industrial hub, and renewable energy-powered crypto mining hub is expected to yield about $1.2 billion annually. The discovery of lithium in commercial quantities in the Central Region, particularly in the Ewoya area in Infantiman municipality, is a major investment opportunity to enhance the economic fortunes of the region. This positions the region as a production hub for lithium concentrate, a base material for battery manufacturing, and the rapidly expanding electric vehicle market and emerging technologies. The construction of an expansive road network also makes the region an industrial link between Accra and Ivory Coast through Ghana's Western Petroleum Corridor. This offers exceptional value chain advantage and trade facilitation between Ghana and its neighboring countries. Between Winneba and Elmina lies a major salt-producing corridor, an asset of enormous industrial potential. Ghana's demand for industrial and iodized salt continues to grow, driven by food production, petrochemicals, and manufacturing. Investors can explore industrial salt production for local and regional markets, iodized salt processing, salt-based chemical manufacturing, including chlor-alkali applications. In the central region, renewable generation is already underway, from utility-scale solar farms in Gomwa that feed clean power into the national grid, to major infrastructure investment that strengthen reliability for businesses and households alike. With national target to expand renewable energy, distributed solar, smart grids, and energy storage solutions, the region presents a growing frontier for sustainable energy investment, powering homes, industry, and innovation. The central region stands at the crossroads of heritage and growth. With its deep-rooted cultural sites, rich natural resources, and strategic location, the region is poised to be the hub for sustainable investment. Whether your interests lie in tourism, agro-processing, fisheries, or industry, the opportunity to build lasting inclusive value is here. For detailed investment information, facilitation, and guidance, connect with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, your trusted partner for investing in the central region and beyond. And remember, Ghana is open for business.
Or a business owner and you decide to come to the central region, in fact, you'll be reaping whatever you sow. We just witnessed that. Put your hands together for the organizers of this program. Thank you very much. Before I introduce our next speaker, permit me to do this quick introduction on acknowledgements. The people are many. I may not be able to acknowledge all of us, but at least the few that before me, please, when you are here and you are part of them, just give us a wave. Directors of institutions who are here, please give us a wave. I know we have a lot of directors. We couldn't acknowledge you one after the other, but it's appropriate we do it this way. Directors, give me a wave. Thank you very much for coming. All MMDCs who are here, and I'm seeing my chief executive, Honorable, you are most welcome. Thank you very much. We also need to acknowledge these two personalities. Omahin Osaberima doctor was invited. He couldn't make it, but he delegated his Nifahin to represent him, which means Omahin himself is here. Nana Kwesi Ajen the second, Ugani Fahin, representing Osaberima Kwesi Ata. We also have, therefore, Amwakwa Boedu the 8th, the president of the Regional House of Chiefs and the paramount chief of Bremen Traditional Area. Therefore, welcome. Thank you very much. So our next speaker for this forum, ladies and gentlemen, is from the Royal House. And so she goes by the name Nana Amakeson, the Inkum Ankwabi Ahima of the Ogwa Traditional Area. She happens to be the past EC boss. With a resounding round of applause, let's welcome Madame Charlotte Osei Esquire. Madam, you are welcome.
Good morning. I don't know if I can stand on Kwame's protocols. So I'll to stand on it and just acknowledge the presence of our very esteemed chiefs. I'm very happy that our chiefs are here and that they understand the value of this forum. And I know Osa is not here because it's his birthday, but his spirit is here, so we're grateful. I was very happy when I was asked by the GIPC to speak at this program. Not because the CEO was my student when I was a lecturer, a fact which he doesn't want to acknowledge publicly, but I'll help him. But because I really think that the central region is so key to the future of Ghana, not because I'm from the central region, but because that's the truth. I do not see how Ghana can develop without carrying the central region along. Look, we are the birthplace of Ghana. We are the mother region. Without us, all of you came later. So I think it's proper that we start a lot of things with the central region. Kwame ended his with a story. I'll start with a story. 2 years ago, when we invited Otumfuo Asantehene to the Fetu Afashe, I had to take his advanced team around Cape Coast, showing them, Cape Coast, where the arrangements that had been made for Otumfuo's visit. When I took them to Victoria Park, and then we went to see the Atlantic Ocean, they told me that if the ocean was in Kumasi, all of us would be paying them to view the ocean. It would be view once. And that, for me, just showed me how we have so much, and we take it for granted. Everything that we have, I think, as echoed by Kwame and the, sorry, it will always be Kwame, this honorable thing is, really reminds me how we take what we have for granted. But we all know that in building wealth, you must start with what you have. If you don't start with what you have, then it's a more expensive process. And so I would like us to look at a few things about the central region that I think are important. Yes, we have a very rich history, we have a vibrant culture, and we have a strategic coastal location. All this means that we have a nexus of everything that you need to create wealth and to move this country forward. Cape Coast alone has 2 universities. I know cities outside this country that are built and are wealthy around one university. So for me, there's no reason why Cape Coast should be poor or should have poor people when you have 2 universities. The central region is not just the heartbeat of Ghana's history. It is the pivotal hub for Ghana's future. If you look at how centrally located we are a very short distance away from every market that is important. Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and from Kumasi you connect up north. The proximity to the major export port of Takoradi makes us a strategic investment location for international trade and logistics. Kwame mentioned that the president is considering another port in Cape Coast. It makes it even better for us. We have not even begun to explore what we have. We have the blue economy. It's completely untouched. Beyond fishing, we're not doing much with it. We have not started using our coastline as a mode of transportation. That could be a key mode of transporting goods, transporting people, leisure, entertainment, tourism. It's untouched. In terms of even aquaculture, the value added to fish processing for the local and export markets, again, is pretty much untouched. Last year, we started a discussion around building a pier in Cape Coast that was going to be a multi-purpose hospitality, recreation, residences, sports, everything in one location. And that would have totally unlocked our marine logistics, our boat industry, unlocked a lot more hotels in Cape Coast. We would have gained about 6,000 jobs for our youth from that one project. Sadly, I have not seen the kind of support and interest I think that should be coming from the local government leaders. Support we have seen from the GIPC. They've been very passionate. I'm happy my MC is here. I'm calling him out publicly. I haven't seen the kind of support we should have had from him. So there's a lot we can do in the central region. Beyond the blue economy, there's agriculture and agro-processing. We have some of the most fertile lands in Ghana. We have to move from subsistence farming to large-scale commercial agriculture. One of the little villages around, not too far from here, Prado, is known as the hub for most of the akpete produced in this country. That is something we should not overlook. That's a major industry. They are also good with oil palm plantations and oil processing. And I hear they also have a lot of alansa. We are minimizing all these opportunities. If you're traveling from here to Takrady, you see oranges at some times of the year heaped up and going bad. It means that we could be a major hub for citrus production and all the citrus juices. We need to do better. A lot has been said about our creative and heritage economy. Yes, we are the tourism hub. We have all the castles and all the first monuments. But we must develop a creative economy around this and monetize this historical landmarks and actually create wealth from it. It's not enough for tourists to just come and go and see the castles and leave. There is so much wealth we can actually unlock from the stories and the history of those castles and the things that happened there. So we have a lot of work to do. And I think the role of traditional authority is very important. Our chiefs, esteemed as they are the custodians of our land and the embodiment of our heritage. So their role in fostering a stable and predictable environment for investment cannot be overstated. We need to make land acquisition easier for people who want to do investments, recognizing that just by investing, they are bringing jobs and development to our communities. We need to champion transparent and efficient land administration, and the leadership of our chiefs in mobilizing us and getting community support for development projects is really, really important. The people of the central region are the driving force behind this development. Too many times, I think we also wait for others to come and develop central region. We now have a very aggressive GIPC and the Free Zones Authority that are very passionate about pushing investments across country. I think that we, the people of the central region, we need to take advantage of this and work closely with them and see how we can help them bring investment and development projects to the central region. And so our local entrepreneurs, we're urging you to please take this opportunity. Let's all collaborate. I think we do too much competition. I would say let's do more collaboration than competition. And what one person cannot do, three can do it easier. So if you need capital of, let's say, $200,000, you may not be able to raise it by yourself, but you may be able to collaborate with other people who can raise the capital and you bring in the sweat equity and do the legwork. So there are so many ways of partnering with others to make developments happen. I also think that we should talk about the role of government. The government, yes, has a pivotal role to play, and we can see that the government agencies are working. Government has been very focused on infrastructure through the big push, and we can all see the progress of the work on the Accra Cape Coast Road. And I can tell you that when that road is completed, the central region is going to be the hottest region in this country, because the proximity to Accra and the ease of movement of people and goods. Property, if you don't have land in the central region, this is a good time to buy, because property prices are going to really jump up. So the big push, the 24-hour economy, the recent tax reforms where we have some relief through VAT and abolishment of nuisance taxes, all this creates a very good environment for investment. And I think we need to take advantage of it. Kwame has started the special economic zone. Rather than looking for land to buy and struggle on your own, you can go have a chat with him and see how you can fit your investment project into that special economic zone. And I'm sure that being a special economic zone, there will be tax breaks and tax reliefs. So that makes it even better. So we do know that bureaucratic hurdles can stifle even the most promising ventures, but we all have to work relentlessly to remove them. And I'm glad that government has taken some steps in the right direction. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and those of us from the Central Region, I just want to say that we're on the cusp of a new era of prosperity. Our region is actually being unlocked through all the infrastructure going on. The opportunities are immense, the potential is undeniable, and the will to succeed is palpable. But we can only unlock this potential if we work together. So let us, the chiefs, the people, the government, and the investors, let's join hands in a spirit of partnership and collaboration. And let us create a central region that is a beacon of investment, a hub of innovation, and a land of opportunity for all its people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Charlotte Osei Esquire, for your kind words of motivation. Sure, all the speakers are not just whipping up our appetite, but they are also motivating us, at least, to give us that edge of coming to no other place than the Central Region. We have a lot, and I'm sure if you bring down your monies and all that, your resources here to invest, you will definitely be making it out. Thank you very much to all our speakers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before Madam came in, I did an introduction. Wow. That's one personality who is also here with us, and we must acknowledge he is the MP for Ekumfi, Dr. O. Ekokwenu. Doc, can we see you? Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much, Ekumfi MP. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see this program. It's not just any small program that has brought a lot of personalities who are here to inspire us and let us make progress as far as transforming our region is concerned. Thank you. We also have the traditional authorities here. There is the adage in Fanti that says, so, Nana Kwesi Ejin, representing Osabere Makwesi Atta, the second doctor, is here. We'll give him the opportunity for Nana to also say something to his people. Right after Nana is done, we'll turn our attention to it. Therefore, Amwakwa Bodu to also make a remark. A round of applause for Nana Kwesi Ejin.
And the pay me jina at the same protocols no do na madra obiase. Therefore, mo akwaba. Oya me dede me be jina ha wo saber man name. Ndede ma na safo he na kan. Nde ne birthday. Nti sesi ano wa imfia. Onye na nana no wore ye. Bibi kakra. They nya apoye o but ne da wo bo hune no se wa mba no anye ne ye to also mam dem be gina man o ma ho nyina akwa aba no oye na nyije bebre the memory what the program what the aba ya aka de Ghana nyina be ye ya no figwai am the weja gwa hon Ghana rebre it's when we the wo aba back ide or the now what the nya the tarwechi no sre nyame de onto super ngudo na edwuma ya ahihye onye krabohwe dem am payinfo a wode enyim kane asasa no washa asa ogwai na sesi abibia kedi eho mate ya ate de worker de wope second capital yes re bisa de so nchobe ya won fa mbra gwai back se gwai be ye de administrative or commercial chobobwa dem here suffering king in the next 1 year within 1 hour but me fike inkran aba onye ye nupo here mu bi etum ye in 1.5 hours nti so ye da no chede odem kra ye besre the most less stressful place to stay is in Cape Coast. Cape Coast ni bia adwendo wa abrochi. Yeah, wim Osani yenye factories inti pollution zero. And yeka about ecotourism. You can't have it anywhere than Central Region. Bronye munde here man paying. Okay, do holidays. Okay, do I. Central Region. Into Mestre. My ye de Yamin was free. Yenya pampum sum. Adema Safohen Kane, Nananum Yat. I know what can bro for baby, say I know me and Tassi. This is what I can hear from Casa. You better ask me with us, as and the ma. Yes, we have a share. Baby, and what can bro for the Bamavian. Na, I the naked obio. Now, where to the aye, Hohumum. To better, warrior, more dealings now. Woma, what can then local content, brim. My ears in your stick. The warrior BB war, Gumwing. Did the man or stick papa poem. Oh, yeah, the man here so ye botum ye to yam croffonofo mwabwa. Babayana, what the land cruiser and wait to she, nana on foam. I had the more how I didn't crack to messer. One factor here in.
Nana, if you would prefer to sit, I'll bring you the mic. All right. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me dwell on existing protocols. Within Chiafi, Finfreman team, and for Sebre Muinawa. I bring you greetings from the Central Regional Chiefs. I'm seeing most of you for the first time, so Afishapa. I'm very happy to be part of this very important occasion as we embark on the Central Region Investment Roadshow. During the most recent visit of the regional minister to the Central Regional of Chiefs, we were discussing the need to meet, bring all stakeholders together, and think about pushing Central Region higher on the development ladder. So it has come as no surprise that soon in the year, we have this very important investment forum. As chiefs, we share in the same vision the need to have a united front to spread the development of the region. And for us, we think Central Region should be counted as the most progressive region. And we have to play that leading role for others to follow. And have we tried this before? Yes. For the Regional House of Chiefs, we were part of the Central Region Investment Forum in 2019 at the Coconut Grove Hotel under the theme, Positioning Central Region as a Preferred Investment Destination. In 2022, the Central Regional Coordinating Council also initiated a strategic development plan with a view to getting a roadmap for the development of the region. We have also had trade expos, Central Expo 22, Central Expo 23, 24, and 25, with the resultant effect reflecting the other parts of the region. And in Bremen and Sikuma during my afashe, oh, congratulations, my honorable DC. Let's put our hands together for her. We had our first trade show. First trade show. Thank you for initiating this. We had challenges though, but we think next year it will even be better. We are indeed today very privileged that this time we have the Central Regional Coordinating Council, we have Ghana Investment Promotion Center, We have Office of the Chief of Staff. We have Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. We have 24-hour Secretariat. We have Ghana Export Promotion Authority. And of course, we have Central Regional House of Chiefs. Working together to build a strong synergy for the benefit of our region by driving local investment to unlock regional potential. And we should collectively work together to put the Central Region firmly on the investment map. When the MP for Goma Center was talking, he said, they came here first. I'm sure they scanned the whole of Ghana coast and they chose this place. And they called this place Gold Coast. So if you return from Africa and you say you've been to a place called Gold Coast, what will come in your mind? They are very resourceful. But that has not translated to today. And we need to do more. We should collectively work together to put the Central Region firmly on the investment map. This means showcasing our comparative advantages, improving coordination among stakeholders, and presenting a clear and compelling value proposition, emotionally engaging and rationally engaging value propositions to both local and international investors. It also means ensuring that investment align with regional development priorities and contribute to long-term economic growth and job creation. MP was talking about ports. I'm talking about airport. Don't we need an airport? Goods that are being transferred from South America to Europe may be flying through our skies. We are the center of the world. There's a plan for airport for Central Region. What has happened to the plan? Wherever the plan is, we have to go for it. Wherever the plan is, we have to implement it. If you go to Morocco, they are manufacturing aircraft parts. Why can't we have this airport to manufacture parts, to do maintenance for aircrafts, to become a warehouse, big warehouse for big major international companies? So as our man goes for port, I'll also be championing the airport. And I think we need that. We should also see chiefs as partners. We shouldn't see chiefs as competitors. We should work more closely together to drive this development that we need. Yes, nyame na wede usihini. And say nyame sihini or the account we na then account. In the Bible, it is there that when God appoints kings, they add the resources. And throughout the whole world, where kings are reigning, they just tap and then they get money. They tap and then they get oil. And before colonization, chiefs were in charge and we were called Gold Coast. In the Bible, when God appoints, he also arms. He also provides all the tools, whatever you need. So when God appoints chiefs, chiefs must be brought on board because God is what? With them. And wherever chiefs are honored, respected, there's also prosperity. Even in Ghana, where chiefs are most respected, there's also what? Prosperity. As we fight for prosperity for Central Region, we should work more closely with our chiefs. We should revere our chiefs. The land belongs to them. And my mom was saying that more kind of antenna, it is not that. We should work more closely with them. Very often we go to chiefs when the problem has come. When we are looking for solutions, we should go to chiefs during the ideation process. When we are thinking about it, when we are planning, we should go to chiefs. And Central Regionals of Chiefs is positioned and waiting for that collaboration. We want to work more closely with stakeholders to ensure that we can also put Central Region higher up on the development ladder. In conclusion, I wish to express my optimism and high expectation for the outcomes of the investment forum. And I'm confident that today's conversations, partnership, and commitment from there will translate into meaningful action as we collectively do our best to make a change in the Central Region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Therefore, Amwakwa Buedu, the 8th, he is the president of the Regional House of Chiefs, the paramount chief of Bremen Traditional Area. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking through some presentation. I know we've been sitting for long, but that's the arrangement for the day, but it will be sorted out very soon, don't worry. So we'll be taking through the Central Regional Investment Landscape by Mr. Abdul Razak Baba, Deputy Chief Executive Officer from the GIPC. So let's invite Baba here to run us through the presentation. Then.
Good morning. Please allow me to stand on existing protocols. Me started local content conversation by speaking Fanti. But unfortunately, me Fanti nkoye. I'd like to ask permission to Nkabro for Kakra, and hopefully the next time we meet, my Fanti should be on point, and we'll be able to have this conversation in Fanti. But anytime I am given an opportunity to do a presentation, there's a few things that comes to mind. There's this statistics that comes to mind. So according to a disputed Microsoft study, that the human attention span is on the decrease. So in the year 2000, our attention span was 12 seconds. But today, our attention span is between 8 to 9 seconds. That our attention span is compared to the attention span of a goldfish. So what that means today is that I have 9 seconds of your attention span, and I have a lot of content to cover. So what I'll do is that I'll go over this very, very quickly. I would not spend too much time on some of these slides because I think some of the point has been made already by Honorable and by Madam Charlotte say. And so I'll go over this very, very quickly. So what I'll talk about is that I'll talk about, why you should invest in Ghana in general, but most specifically, why you should invest in the Central Region. And from there, we'll talk about some of the investment opportunities that are available here in the Central Region, spotlighting some priority areas. And then we'll conclude this by talking about how you can invest in Ghana in general, and most specifically in the Central Region. So we will start by why you should invest in Ghana. So a quick overview of Ghana. We speak English in Ghana, for those who don't know. Our capital city is Accra. Our currency is the cedi. Our land area is about 238 square kilometers. Our population is roughly about 35 million. Our GDP is on the upward swing, and our GDP growth rate is about 5.5%. And here are some key economic indicators for Ghana. Now, before I talk about this, I think sometime last year, around August, 8 months into the new administration's tenure, I was doing this presentation, and after I was done, a gentleman walked up to me, gave me a handshake, and told me that, Deputy, sometimes God works in mysterious ways. And I asked him why. And he told me that for 8 years, nothing happened. But in 8 months, 8 years had happened. And that is a miracle. I told him, no, this is not mysterious. This is not a miracle. This is a sound economic management led by competent, honesty, and integrity. And I think the Central Region deserves a round of applause for giving us our Minister of Finance, who's been able to give us these economic figures. We came into 2025 with an inflation rate of 23%. As we speak today, as of December, our inflation rate was in the single digit, from 23% to about 5%. Consumer confidence is up, meaning that consumers are beginning to feel confident about the Ghanaian economy. Business confidence is also up. Businesses are willing to spend and they are willing to hire people. Our sovereign credit rating is B-, which is still below investment grade, but given that we're in restrictive default and now we are B- is a great improvement. Now, why you should invest in Central Region in specific? So the Central Region, Cape Coast is the capital, has a population of about 3 million, 2.9 to about 3 million. It has a steady population growth rate of about 2%, which we're seeing a lot of people move from Accra to the Central Region. This is the landmass of it. It's about close to about 9% of the total Ghana landmass. There are 22 districts, and the literacy rate is about 78%, which is one of the highest in Ghana. And no wonder, because this city is considered the education city of Ghana. In terms of economic indicator, the service sector is the biggest contributor to regional GDP, of course, followed by industry and then agric. But the irony is that agric is the least contributor to GDP, but it employs over 50% of the workforce, which goes to belay the point that we need more value addition in our agric sector. There are some agriculture output here from fisheries to cassava, oil palm. There are also some key mineral resources like lithium that was recently discovered. We have limestone, we have clay, we have granite, we have salt. And of course, there's some tourism sites like the Kakum National Park, Cape Coast, and Elmina Castle. But beside that, Central Region also has an advantage, which I believe has been spoke about already. Central Region is strategically located. Like Madam Charlotte Sir already said, Central Region borders Ashanti Region, which is a mining and a commercial hub. It also borders the Western Region and also borders the commercial hub of Greater Accra. It's also in close proximity to two key ports in Ghana, the Takoradi port and then the Tema port. And of course, I think we need another port here in the Central Region, as has been said by the Honorable MP. And also need an airport too as well. So we are appealing to government to hear these calls and consider putting this infrastructure here. It's also a natural gateway to tourism. There's also fisheries, agribusinesses, and light manufacturing. The second key strategic advantage for the Central Region, of course, is this tourism and cultural advantage. And then finally, there's also the natural and economic conditions that make Central Region a natural hub for investment. Of course, they have a long coastline. The coastline is about 30% of Ghana's total coastline. They have a huge fish output. About 38% of Ghana's total output came from this region. And it also has a bimodal rainfall pattern, which means that this region can support year-round agricultural production. Now, in terms of the foreign direct investment performance, which basically means in plain English is that the amount of investment that has come into this country from outside, how has the Central Region performed? Well, as you can see there, the total number of FDI that came to the Central Region is about $491 million between 1994 and 2025. There are some key sectors that led into this. The agriculture sector had the most, followed by the building and construction, manufacturing, services, tourism, and then export trading. Now, I'd like to compare this to the total number of FDI that came into Ghana. Now, this chart tells a lot of story. Between 1994 and 2025, there was a total of $52 billion of FDI that came into this country. The sad reality is that this is the amount that the Central Region had. Central Region had less than 1% of the FDI that came into this country. I'll give you a second to let that sink in. We need to change this narrative. Definitely need to change this narrative. Like I said before, the Central Region is strategically located, and there's no reason why it should be getting this amount of FDI. So we want to change this narrative, and hence, that is why we are here to spotlight this region for potential foreign investors. Now, there are some key companies, despite that, that are operating in this region. These are some of the companies that are operating here. Now, let's talk about incentives. And this is some of the things that when I do my presentations, anytime I get to incentives, foreign investors who are sleeping typically wake up when I come to incentives. So Ghana offers one of the most generous incentive packages in the West African sub-region. Without incentives, Ghana has a corporate income tax of 25%, which is lower than the 28% average that is paid in West Africa. So just by operating in Ghana alone, you pay one of the most lowest corporate income tax in the African region. Now let's add incentives to that. The biggest incentive package we have is under the free zones. And I understand the free zones representative is here. So I'm not going to spend too much time. I'm not going to take the spotlight from them. But the free zones offers one of the most greatest incentive packages that you get. You get 10-year tax holidays. You get 100% custom exemptions on all the inputs and raw materials that you bring into Ghana. The second set of incentives that we have is what we call the strategic investment incentives. Basically means is that if you're an investor coming into Ghana and you are investing more than $50 million, you basically get to sit with government under the Exemptions Act and negotiate what incentive packages that you have. Going beyond that, we also have incentives in farming and agriculture. If you import agriculture, machinery, equipment, and tools, fertilizers, seeds, and agrochemicals, import duty exemptions and tax as well. Tree crop farming, like oil palm, which is which grows here in this area, you get 1% corporate income tax for 10 years. If you're into cash crops and livestock, you get 1% for 5 years. And if you're into cattle farming, you get 1% for 10 years. In addition to that, we have what we call locational incentives. And this was put in there to sort of move investments away from Accra and into regions like Central Region. So if you're a company operating today in the Central Region, if you're operating in Cape Coast, you get 15% corporate income tax rate versus the conventional 25%. If you operate outside of Cape Coast, you pay 10% corporate income tax rate. And if you're bold enough to go into the 5 northern regions, you get 5% corporate income. There is also carry loss forward. Basically means is that if you start your project and in the first 5 years you make losses, you are allowed to carry these losses into the future. That would help offset some of the taxes that you pay. In addition to that, you have accelerated depreciation, which basically means is that for your agricultural equipment and machinery, you are allowed to depreciate them faster, which helps your bottom line. So these are manufacturing incentives as well. If you're a manufacturing-oriented company operating in Ghana here, these are some of the incentives that you enjoy. You also enjoy locational incentives, meaning that if you're a manufacturing company operating here in the Central Region, you pay 18.7%. If you're operating outside of our Cape Coast, you enjoy about 12%. There are also incentives for banking and the financial services. 20% corporate tax for companies who are offering loans to farming. There's also construction. If you're into affordable housing, you pay 1% corporate tax for 5 years. If you're into accommodation and hotel industry, which is key to this area, you pay about 22% corporate income tax rate. There's automotive development policy that has some incentives as well. There's also waste management process, waste processing that also enjoys incentives as well. There are also non-financial incentives as well. So if you're investing in Ghana, you have guarantees against discrimination and expropriation, which basically means is that if you're a foreign investor operating in Ghana, there's no way the government of Ghana will wake up one day and take over your business. And you also have commercial courts that are specifically designed to cater for commercial disputes. There's also dispute resolutions in Ghana as well. So some key investment opportunities. Like I said, I think most of this has been spoken about already, so I'll run through this very quickly. And I'll focus on some key sectors, priority sectors, such as agriculture, tourism, and light manufacturing. So the first one is agriculture, and as has been spoken about already, 70% of the land area here in Central Region can be cultivated for agricultural purposes, right? There's large and diverse agricultural base. Huge number of farms that has been identified here. Cassava is one of the biggest output from this region, close to about 30%. There's cocoa, there's maize, there's plantains, and then there's oil palm as well. And then there are also, of course, we've identified gaps in the agriculture sector where we are saying that we want to invite foreign investors to come and fill these gaps. We know there's a cold chain gap here where, there's cold chain gaps here where we need foreign investors to come and fill those gaps. So we are looking for investors to come and establish fish processing and packaging plants. We are looking for development of cold chains, like I've said, cold chains infrastructure, ice plants, cold rooms, blast freezers, and refrigerated transport. There's also cage agriculture. And we are also inviting investors to come and take advantage of drying and packaging of pineapple for snacks. So these are some of the agriculture and agribusinesses that are operating here in Central Region. Aquaba, I believe they are here. They will be doing a presentation here. But basically, this is a company that is doing phenomenally well. But they are looking for investments to scale and expand. They are looking up for about 2.5 million to increase their feed milling capacity, to increase employment, to enhance logistics and housing and distribution efficiency, and also to create employment. I think currently they have about 26 employees, and they are looking to scale to about 100 staff. They are here today, and they'll be doing a presentation on that, so I'll not spend too much time on here. So there's Safran as well. Safran is a company that's operating today, and they are looking for $10 million. And what Safran does is that they specialize in providing solar-powered irrigation system to support smallholder farmers in Ghana. They are looking to install about 1,000 solar-powered irrigation system for small farmers. And once this is done, this will improve crop yields, strengthen food security at the local and regional level. And they also want to support the installation, training, and technical support and maintenance for long-term sustainability. There's also this company, Queen Organics, that is also operating. They are looking for $1.8 million to expand their operation to meet their growing international demand for organic citrus juices, fresh juices, and dry fruits. So if there are any potential investors here that are looking for greenfield investment, these are some of the opportunities that are available. Of course, tourism and hospitality. This region is considered the heartbeat of Ghana tourism sector. We have a lot of UNESCO-listed sites, the Elmina Castle, the Cape Coast Castle. The Cape Coast Castle alone in 2024 attracted about 120,000 visitors last year. Of course, we want to see this increase, and we are inviting investors to come and take advantage of these opportunities. So there's development of the beachfront hotels and properties. There's boutique resorts. There's establishments of cultural centers, museums. These are all opportunities that exist today in the Central Region that we are inviting foreign investors to come and take advantage of. So manufacturing, I think the heartbeat or the anchor of manufacturing in this region is the Gomoa Central Special Economic Zone. That is a baby of our MP from Gomoa Central, and I think he deserves a round of applause for this initiative that he's putting together. And what I can assure him is that once this is done, we would include this in our foreign travels. Typically, what we do see is that when investors come into the country, one of the major challenges that they face is land. And I think once this is completed, this will solve that problem. And I said we would include this in our packages and ensure that we would direct investors to come and take advantage of this. And of course, there's salt production as well here in this region. We are inviting investors to come and take advantage of this to refine and idealize some of the salts for industrial consumption as well as personal consumption as well. So we are inviting investors to come and take advantage of this. So now, getting towards the conclusion of this, I know I have stretched your 9 seconds goldfish attention span. So I'm heading towards the concluding now. So how to invest in Ghana? So investing in Ghana, it's very easy, which is the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. We are the government's agency responsible for promoting and attracting investment into Ghana. What we also do is that we do encourage joint ventures where we encourage foreign investors to come into partnership with Ghanaian companies as well. we do investment promotion, like I said. We do business-to-business linkages. We have our aftercare and investor grievance team that takes care of post-establishment and post-investment issues. So investors that have issues in Ghana here, we have a dedicated team to take care of them. We also do research and investment data. So if you're a foreign company looking to come into Ghana and you're looking for market insights and research, our team can provide that as well. So here's our investment facilitation approach. So the first we do is what we are doing today. We showcase Ghana's pipeline of priority investments. And once that is done, if there are any investors that are interested in the projects that they see, they send us a letter of interest. Once we receive the letter of interest, we provide them with proprietary data packs, term sheets, and we give them secure access to data. We also host technical workshops and do site visits. And then we also do negotiations and final agreement of contract. And then hopefully those leads will be converted into actual projects. So doing business in Ghana is easy. If you're a foreign investor looking to do business in Ghana, there's a three-step approach. The first step is like you would do in any other country. You incorporate your company at the office, the Register of Office of Companies. You would also have to meet the minimum capital requirements, which I will talk about in the next slide. And then the final thing you would do before you can do business in Ghana is to obtain your sectorial licenses and permits, like your environmental permits. If you're going to mining, you get your mining permit. So capital requirements. According to the laws of Ghana, if you're a foreign investor coming into Ghana to do business, you are required to meet some specific capital requirements. Now, this does not apply to 100% Ghanaian-owned companies. This only applies to any foreign interest operating in Ghana today. Now, according to the laws of Ghana, coming to Ghana to invest, and you want to go into a joint venture with a Ghanaian partner, the Ghanaian partner would have to have at least 10% equity. What you will need to show as a is you need to show a minimum capital requirement of $100,000. Now, if you do not want to go into any local partnership with Ghana, and you want to be a wholly foreign-owned enterprise, you need to show $500,000 before you can invest in Ghana. And then finally, if you are an entity that wants to go into trading, which has historically been reserved for Ghanaians, you need to show a higher threshold of about $1 million in order to go into trading. Now, these capital requirements doesn't mean that you have to show us the cash or the money. Those can be contributed either as cash or capital or goods or machinery that are being imported into the country. Now, there are exceptions to these rules. If you're going into manufacturing or portfolio investment, you do not need to show this minimum capital requirement. If you are also a foreign spouse of a Ghanaian married for at least 5 years, you do not need to meet this minimum capital requirement. And when I first saw this, foreign spouse of a Ghanaian being exempted from these requirements, I thought about it and I said, Ghana is probably the only country that offers incentives for foreigners to marry us. It's just, anyway, so let's leave it at that. There's history behind it, but if you're interested in it, we can talk about it on the side. So that's that. If you're a sport at least 5 years, you do not need to show this. You can just come into Ghana and then invest. If you're also a former of Ghana, you do not need to show this minimum capital requirement. However, everything that I said has an expiry date to it. There's currently a new bill that is going through the legislative process. And once that bill passes, so there's currently a new bill that is going through the legislative process. And once that bill passes, these minimum capital requirements are removed. So what it means is that once the bill passes and becomes law, and if you to invest, you would not need to meet any of these minimum capital requirements. We are hoping that the bill will pass first quarter of this year, but like I said, the bill is going through the legislative process. So all these minimum capital requirements will be removed, except for trading, where the $1 million will be reduced to about $500,000. Okay, so GIPC, we work with other regulators as well. We work with the Bank of Ghana, we work with Energy Commission, EPA, we work with GEPA, Ghana Immigration Services. So we are inviting investors coming to Ghana to invest. Please make GIPC your first stop, since we have focal persons and tentacles into all these government agencies. So I would like to conclude finally by inviting you to our Ghana International Investment Summit. Now, every country in the world has an investment summit. Ghana has never had an investment summit, but today, for the first time, Ghana will have an international investment summit, which will bring together global and regional partners. So we are inviting potential investors to attend the Ghana International Investment Summit, which will take place between the 26th to the 28th of August in the Accra International Conference Center. So with this, I would like to thank you very much for listening to me. I hope I did not stretch your attention span, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. The Deputy Chief Executive Officer of GI, Mr. Baba Abdul Razak. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all there for you to enable you make an informed decision. We've been, and we don't want to, we need to take a break, visit the restroom, stretch out and have. But before then, my attention is drawn to the fact that all this we are doing here this morning boils down to networking and the striking of acquaintances. Those I'm talking about knows how to network better. So I want to do this acknowledgement quickly before we go for the snack break. But before then, we'll also take a group photograph with our dignitaries, comprising the MPs here, our speakers, and then our noble chiefs who spoke with us this morning. So please let me do this one quickly. We have the Honorable George Justice Atta, the Metro Chief Executive of Cape Coast. Yeah, so that's him. If you want to, strike acquaintance with him, please do. We also have Honorable Eric Jemfi Odum, Aguna West. See, okay, Honorable is also here. We also have Honorable, apparently they are all honorable, so please let me go ahead and mention the name. Gariba Adam Asim Fusu, Honorable is here with us. Daniel Wadi Mensa, Abu Asebu Kwaman Kese. Samuel Oscar Mensa, Aguna East. You see, Chief, you are here. Thank you very much. Andrew Kojo Dodu, Ejumakun Enyan Esiam. Honorable is also here. Sylvester Amachinyakun, Asen North. Honorable is here. Jonathan Birukran, Asen South. It's all right. All the honorable members are here. So please take note to and do your networking well. All right. This one, the name is Kalala Igan. Okay. Ewutu Senya. Honorable Kalala Igan. Set. Saba Sewonu Benin. Ewutu Senya East. Is honorable here? Okay, he's on his way. He will come. Reverend Atamensa Efutu. Municipal. Reverend, I'm doing the job for you, right? Nice one. Nana Ishmael Asamoah Ekunfi. Is Ekunfi here? Okay, right. Hackman Kobena Edu. Gomwa Central. The MP is here, so if the DC is not here, trouble for the DCO. Okay, that one will be sorted out later. Margaret Nana Akum, Gomwa East. Honorable, welcome. Mohammed Kasim, Gomwa West. Welcome, Chief. Ismail Zagun Said, Commander Edna Egwafo Abrim, Chief. Fully represented. Thank you very much, sir. Eric Stanley Aqua, Infantaman. Okay. Isaac Yamson, Chifu Etimokwa. Is it your son? Okay, oh, sorry. They made it Yamson. Patrick Fiagule, Himan, Chifu Himan. Yeah, if you want to visit the Kakum National Park, please, he's here. Take his contact. I'm not going to do that. So they said they want to network with you, so you can go there for free. You will not be charged anything. George, Anani, Coleman, Upper Denchau East. They are from far away. They haven't gotten here. And then Isaac Insanya, Upper Denchau West. One is here. Where is the other? On his way. By the time he gets here, we are done and gone. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will be breaking for coffee. But before then, we want to take a group photograph with our dignitaries. So those I mentioned, together with the MMDCs. Sorry? Mama, your name? Hey, how come I omitted my madam's name? AOB. I'm not sure they added AOB, but I know of Madam Olivia because I met you at Asinfosu. Honorable Esikuma Odobembriakwa. I will look for the surname and add. I'm sorry about that. They didn't include that one here. You have to hold them accountable. Thank you very much. So please, our dignitaries, you are invited. MMDC is Nananum, and let's have the group photograph. Then we go for snack break. We stretch out for just 10 minutes, and when we come back and then wind up with the rest of the program. Thank you very much, and let's have a very fruitful forum. We would have loved to have you all here, but the space will be too small. So let's do this with the dignitaries and then the MMDCs. Okay, so please, when we go out for the snack break, there's one up there and there's one outside here. Please, some of us, we can go back. We can go back so that we have a clear shot. So please, the snack, the tables are set two. One out here and then one inside there. So please, let's make use of them and then come back on time. So we would like to start to ourselves. There, we need to start from somewhere. Otherwise, we'll be late into the. We'll be doing another presentation. A presentation by the Ghana Free Zones Authority. We'll be taking through this presentation by Madam Anita Kwashi. She happens to be the Director, Marketing and Investment Promotion, Ghana Free Zones Authority. Let's welcome Madam Anita Kwashi. She takes us through the second presentation. A round of applause for Madam Kwashi.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to use the protocols already established for this meeting. My name is Anita, and I'm from Ghana Free Zones. I present to you compliments from our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Mary Ewusi. She sends her regards. So my presentation will cover the Ghana Free Zones, the incentive regime, land banks, and entry into Ghana Free Zones. The Ghana Free Zones program is an export-oriented program. And so any investor that comes into the free zones is mandated to export. Of locating on our export processing zone or outside the export processing zone. So you don't necessarily need to be on our land bank. And when you come into the free zones, you need to export a minimum of 70%. So if you are not an export-oriented business, you cannot register under Ghana's free zones. Our areas of operation are manufacturing, service, developer, and commercial. So under manufacturing, you need to add value to goods and services for export. A developer is required to develop industrial estates for lease or sale to other free zone, and selling to another free zone or leasing to another free zone constitutes the export component. And for commercial, it is bringing in bulk product, breaking the bulk, and re-exporting. Some of our priority areas are textile and apparel, ICT, that is information technology, communication technology, business process outsourcing, jewelry production, light industry, agro-food processing, ethnic beauty product, oil and gas, and in this case, the downstream, metal fabrication, seafood processing, and pharmaceutical. So under agro-food processing, there's opportunity for cocoa processing, processing of fruit and vegetables, processing of nuts, processing of palm oil, and processing of spices. For the purpose of the central region, I would go into the agro-food processing subsector. So under cocoa, we have cocoa processing, that is cocoa paste, cocoa powder. We also have companies that are into cocoa liquor, cocoa drinks. And some of these companies are Cargill, Barry Callebaut, Koa, Olam Cocoa. I'm sure you've seen all of these. Some of them their products are exported out of Ghana. So what you purchase in Ghana is the 30% that they are mandated to sell on the local market. For fruits and vegetables, we have companies that are processing vegetables, banana, pineapple, mango, and orange. And again, some of the companies that we have is Bomat, Golden Exotics, Volta River, HPW Fresh and Dry, and Ombu Farms. And of course, there's Blue Skies that everybody has seen. So the drinks that you buy on the local market is just the 30% component. For nuts, we have oil palm, we have processing of cashew, there's shea, and there's also coconut. And some of the companies that are doing these processes are Banji Loaders and Crockland. We have 3F, we have Ghana Nuts, HP Fresh and Dry, again, that is doing dry cocoa chips for export. And then for seafood, we have companies that are processing tuna. And if you see the stackers that you buy locally is also their 30% on the local market. We have Panier Foods, we have Cosmo, and some of the brands that they export is John West. Sometimes we buy some of these abroad and bring it. They're actually made in our free zones. For industry and manufacturing, there's opportunity for textile and garment, light industry and assembling plant, fabrication of hand tools, jewelry production, and chemicals. We also have ICT. I mentioned that we offer a manufacturing license and a service license. We have some of the companies that are doing data processing, and so they'll pick the calls, or they manage their offices like a data processing center. So they'll pick calls here for companies abroad, and that constitutes their 70% export because the clients are based abroad. For pharmaceuticals, we have opportunities for vaccine, intravenous solutions, oral tablets, oral syrups and solutions, and injectables. And again, these are being exported to countries in the sub-region. So the incentives, and as my senior colleague mentioned, Free Zones offers a very generous incentives for foreign investors and local investors as well. We have monetary and non-monetary. And so a free zone operator would enjoy 100% exemption from payments of direct and indirect duties on all imports for production and export from the free zone. So if you are bringing in anything for your factory premises, you don't pay any import duty. And for income tax, you also enjoy 100% exemption from payment of income tax on profits for 10 years. And after 10 years, it does not exceed 15%. You are also mandated to export 70%, and then 30% can be offloaded onto the local market. If you want to do 100% export, you can do that. There's also relief from the payment of tax, that is relief from double taxation for foreign investors, where Ghana has a double taxation agreement. For non-monetary incentives, there's relief from various bureaucratic restrictions and statutory requirements. There's minimal custom formalities. This means that your goods are opened on your factory premises when you import. They are not they are not opened at the port. And you will be assigned a custom officer who would process the documents for clearing of your goods. If you are processing perishable goods, because we operate a one-stop shop, we clear your goods as fast as possible. And for export as well, we have a dedicated officer that would ensure that your documentation is processed in time. That is why we have Blue Skies that is doing perishable goods, and they are able to export as quick as possible. For foreigners, there's no restriction on repatriation of dividends. So long as there's evidence that you've brought in money to do business in Ghana, when you want to repatriate your funds, there's no restriction. And free zone enterprises are also allowed to operate a foreign account. So land banks, we have 5 designated land banks. There's 2 in the Greater Accra region, and then we have 2 in the Central region. Sorry, Western region. I think I'm looking for one in the Central region too quickly. But we have a private developer, that is the Gomwa Central Economic Zones, coming up. It's not captured here because we are still working on the documentation. And then we have Greater Kumasi. All these land banks are located close to a port. For Tema Export Processing Zone, it's very close to the Tema port, and Afienya as well. Then we have Shama and Sekendi, which is not too far away from the Takrady port. And then because of the Burankra inland port, we have the Greater Kumasi Land Bank. And as I mentioned earlier on, free zone investments can be anywhere. You don't necessarily need to be on our land. So we have some in the Central region. They are not on our land, but they are single factories. I will skip this because we've talked about our locational advantage as a country. So the requirement to come under Ghana's Free Zones program. If you want to be registered under Ghana's Free Zones, you need to incorporate a company in Ghana. And then you need to purchase an application form at $260 or its equivalent in Ghana cedi. You need to submit a business plan or feasibility study, and then an environmental impact assessment. You also need to give us some evidence of transfer of funding. So you open a bank account and load some money into it for the project. And for free zone investment, there's no minimum capital. However, you need to open an account and put in some amount of money that will show whilst you are setting up your factory, you are able to pay the locals and all that before you start exporting. And this is also a caveat to protect Ghanaians. If a foreigner comes in and says that I want a free zone license, we want to make sure that whilst they are building, they have enough money to pay for their workers and pay for utilities before they start export. And then most importantly, you need to also give us evidence of export. Because you're enjoying all the tax incentives because you're exporting, you need to tell us that you have your off-takers. And so you need to furnish us with an MOU with your off-takers. If you don't have that, then you cannot come under the free zones. And we will do the due diligence to make sure that you actually have the off-takers. Then you have to also give us evidence of location. We would want to see land lease or property rental documentation. And then any other document that may be required by us. And in this case, if you are doing agro-food processing, you know that you have to get some Food and Drugs Authority. If you are into pharmaceutical, you will have to do that as well. So our licenses and the cost. The initial fees for manufacturing is $3,900. Annual renewal is $3,000. For service, $5,000. Annual renewal is $3,900. For a developer, you would pay $6,000, and annual renewal is $5,000. And for commercial, $13,000. Annual renewal is $5,000. You realize that commercial is a very expensive license. This is also because there's no value addition. You are only importing, breaking bulk, and re-exporting. That sector doesn't employ a lot of people, and to purchase from the local market. So these are agro-food processing companies in our free zones. This is some of the agro-food processing. We have Barry Calibo, we have Fair Afrique that is into cocoa processing, Niche Cocoa, Cargill Ghana Limited, Blue Skies, Pioneer Foods, and a few more. But I would go to the companies that we have in the central and western region. We have Milani, that is into the processing of fruits. We have Unifruit. We have CG Elimina, that is also into processing of fresh fish. Koa Impact, Taste Cocoa, Mighty Crops. So you can see that in the central region, we have a lot of agro-food processing companies here, and there's the opportunity more. We also have a wood processing company. Unfortunately, we don't license wood processing companies anymore. You may see that and be wondering, but because they had registered with us before the LI did not take the retrospective effect. That is why we still have wood and plastic companies with us. So we have 307 active free zone enterprises. 125 are wholly Ghanaian owned, 98 wholly foreign companies, and there's joint venture. And the reason why we have this is that there's the opportunity for joint ventures. And 125 wholly Ghanaian companies. This shows that Free Zones program is not for foreign investors only. Locals can actually participate in the Free Zones. And from the statistics, you can see that we even have more. And we always push for value addition. So out of that, we have 233 being manufacturing companies. Commercial companies currently account for only 8%. We don't encourage that. We actually encourage value addition. These are logos of Free Zone Enterprises. And that will be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Anita from the Free Zones Authority. I'm sure we're jotting down our point from the first presentation. We'll be done with all the presentations, and then we'll open the floor for interactions, questions, comments, and what have you. So please don't forget to jot down your points. There's another presentation, and that will be done by the Ghana Export Promotion Authority in the person of Mr. Daniel Ejari, the Central Regional Director.
Thank you very much. Standing on all existing protocols, Nana. Today we are lucky your Sabrema is not here. Yeka Brofo, okay, but TPB. I'll go and report. You Ghana Export Promotion. We are the Export Trade Authority for Ghana, and we work at Ministry of Trade and Industry and Agribusiness. What do we do at Ghana Export Promotion Authority? 4 major sectors that is agribusiness, manufacturing, trade services, with 24 product association, that's FAGE, Ghana Chamber of Commerce,
and the rest. We have over 2,000 registered exporters on our data list. And also work with over 400 different NTEs product. When I say NTE product, that means a non-traditional export. Non-traditional export is value added. When you take pineapple, apart from the natural resources, GIPA, we are not supposed to touch it. But apart from the natural resources, we are working with all these products. Our key project that we undertake is Youth in Export Program. We have the Export School. We have the Export Trade House. The Export Trade House is a new facility that my office has put up in Kenya. What we do there is we lift the local product to Kenya market, and we have a setup that they will distribute it in Kenya and then send the money back to the various exporters. We have people from Central Region that they have their product on the Kenya market through the Central Expo. Some of them have the opportunity, their products on the trade house. We are coming up with another one in the UK, South Africa, and Germany. We are also into coconut revitalization program, and we are focused on pineapple and coconut. As we speak now, the Gomoa East, there's a farmer there called Mighty Crops. We just delivered about 1 million pineapple sockets to Mighty Crops in Gomoa East to boost the pineapple export business. We're also looking at something called supply base, because most of our farmers or exporters in pineapple and then the coconut, they lack the capacity to supply. So we have taken ourselves that we are not going to give them, we are not a bank, but we can support them with some input that we call a supply-based project. We are also to cashew development, which is in the nursing sector. We do craft sector, and also we support all those sectors based on the regional basis. I highlighted this because this is done in Central Region, and this is tailored for Central Region alone. Okay, these are potential exports and leading product in Central Region. And I will dwell on this, and I think when I'm done, I can hand over. Because when you look at pineapple, pineapple is growing in Central. Ghana export value alone is 4.1 million. We don't do much. Against the global demand, 2.6 billion. And current market is Belgium, Germany, UK, US, Netherlands. But if you look at potential areas that we have not consumed, we have not touched at all, that is Japan, Switzerland, Italy, Spain. All these countries that I mentioned is opportunity for us to do more in terms of the pineapple. On the Central Region, we are also into palm oil. And palm oil, global demand is about 32 billion. We are doing over 26.8 million, which is there's more to do and more to improve. And we do Senegal, Nigeria, and Spain. When the other area that we have not tapped at all is the Australia, US, and Togo market that we don't have exporters or taking advantage in that region. The coconut USD, we are doing about 250 million Ghana cedis, $1 million. From we are doing 10 billion, we are doing about 250 million USD to Vietnam, USA, Singapore, and India. We have Germany, France, Philippines, and Indonesia also to tap. These are the opportunities, areas that exporters can also look at it. And discarded coconut. Discarded coconut is like, let me explain a little bit. You see, the dry coconut that is crushed into like sugar, it also have the export opportunity. It's about $782 million. We are doing only 9 million, which is we have more Dominican Republic, Germany, UK, Belgium, leaving the AUE and the Nigeria market that we have also to tap upon it. We have sweet potatoes in Central Region. We are doing about, the global market is about $858 million. We are doing a little about $178,000. which is we are not doing much, to Canada, France, and Kuwait. We have other potential markets that we can tap into. That is the US, Kuwait, AU, Italy, Saudi Arabia, and Belgium. There's opportunity in those countries that we can do more over there. Then we come to vegetables. When you go to our Francais areas, Gomois East, Gomois Central, you can get a lot of vegetables over there. And we have $97 billion global market. We are doing only 7 million in Ghana. That's our share in Ghana. So we have to, those 7 million goes to UK, Belgium, and Germany. We have opportunity to expand to Libya, India, Saudi Arabia, Serbia, and Portugal, and Italy. We have also rice. As in Fosu areas, we have rice to this in Novi. Ami Shanghai is also into rice. Have opportunity. Global is 132 billion. We are doing $188,000, which is less than what is. We are not doing much. It means that there's opportunity to do more because the market access is there, the market value is there, the market opportunity is there, so that we have more opportunity to do more. And this exporter products in the district, in the whole central region, it cut across. When you go, we have pineapple running through some of the regions, citrus running through some of this, coconut running, palm oil running, cassava running, coconut running, pineapple, fish, palm oil, plantain. They all run through all the 22 districts in central region. Okay, these are some of the phase that we undertake. Okay, so this of our markets program we have done, case 4. This I did it because Abiante. Abiante is for handicrafts. It's being held in Germany. We sponsored we took some exporters to Germany. These are about 2024 figures. We have our 350 trade visitors. They came home with $2.7 million orders received through our initiative of taking them to Abiante. This is Fruit Logistica. It's also happening in 2 weeks' time, 4th to 6th February in Berlin. Also attract about 500. We took some of the FAGE members to the event. They came home with 250 million US dollar orders. Mark Fruit is also giving us 1 million trade orders, and Korea Import Fair. We are also into the Asia market. We are trying to gradually enter into the Asia market. So we have about 230 trade visitors, and it's giving us a 292,000 US order for this event. Okay, our last year, 2024, non-traceable export value is giving us 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. And we got these figures to go to Africa and Europe. Burkina Faso is there, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo. You see, some exporters here, please. I will encourage you guys to look around the West Africa countries. There are a lot of markets there. You always want to think about Europe. You always want to think about Europe. When you go to Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, just our neighbor countries, we can tap into more of the export products. Nigeria consumes a lot of palm oil. When you go to Tufahimai district, you get Nigerians bringing a whole yellow gallons, loading about Toyota trucks to Nigeria. All this is our export that we capture on our data. Okay, somebody want to do, I want to do export. What are the procedures of doing export? First of all, you have to have a company registered certificate. You come to GIPA, Register Ghana Export Promotion Authority. Then we ask you to get quality certification. That is FDA, Standard Authority. It depends on PPRSD, Plant Protection I need from Agric. They also have a export declaration forms you have to fill. They have a certificate of origin from the Ghana Standard Authority and stuff. Then we go to, if you are going to Europe, you need to have Europe from 1 fill before you can go export. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Jerry. So at this point, we have some selected companies who will be pitching by showcasing their project. So they will do that in turns. Then after, we'll get the opportunity to ask questions from everything that has been presented, and then the companies who have just showcased their project. So we'll start by calling on Aquaba Foods. Are they here? Project showcasing. Aquaba Foods. Okay. If they are not ready, we'll call the next one. Cluster Farms. Right, sir. Okay, so your confit fruit juice should also get ready, and then it will follow in that order.
I wait until I can begin. Yeah, let me say welcome, honorable attendees. Yeah, and we wait until the presentation starts. I can already say I'm Maurice from the Comfy district. We do catfish and poultry farming. Straight away, let's enjoy this video. There's no sound.
Little figs fuel the engine that will take your success. As we go in life, it takes many good deeds to build a reputation, and only one bad to lose it. Don't forget that. Little figs fuel the engine that will take your success and reputation to a height beyond its reach, and even become unstoppable. Join hands with us. Let's support small-scale broiler and catfish farming. Get to work. You will never be ready. The time to act is now. No more waiting for the perfect moment. No more rehearsing the pitch. You're done dreaming. Now we build. Now we lead. Now we make it happen. Don't just talk. Do.
Okay, let me first say that I've heard all the presentations before. We do something else. We keep it kitte, small. We have been listening to very big things here, but we keep it small. We are all about smallholder farming. Central has been told already why. Very clear strategy. Located extremely good. Cape, Takrady, Accra, even Kumasi is a possibility. Roads are good, so why not? Yeah. What we do is animal husbandry. So we produce proteins, healthy proteins, affordable proteins for the domestic market. So we are not about exporting. Ghana is huge. The market is huge. When we only look at catfish, 26 kilo per capita every year again. Ghana is the largest fish consumer in the continent, ranked on the top 15 list worldwide. Okay, what we offer. We do smart and financial accessible farm projects, small. Hello, yeah. It's an outgrower stream approach, but not the. So that means we do not buy from the farm, but we assist. Hello, yeah, it's a turnkey concept. So that means when we say turnkey, everything is included, from brick and mortar, even to a petrol genset. Say, God forbid, power goes off. Although we are in 24-hour economy, you never know. Okay, we do farm to fork. That means we offer our products to the local market, both the farmer, consumer benefit from it. That is extremely important. Drawing that, yeah. We start in Central, but our aim of go out all over Ghana. Okay, I timed this slide a bit too long. Okay, the issue. I think the issue is we import in Ghana. We import almost everything we get here. And when you import, we all know that comes at a cost. It comes as a premium. And what do we use to pay? We use our hard currencies, euros and dollars, depreciating our Ghana cedi. That doesn't make sense at all. So stay in the country. Feed the people. I mean, 35 million population. We just saw it. So the market is huge. Why broilers? Why catfish? It's a low barrier entry to market. It's easy to do, easy to learn. It's also not all that complicated to build. We have designed a smart production system that goes through and through all year round. So rotational systems. For the broilers, you can do more batches every year compared to a normal traditional way. For the catfish, again, the same thing. 4 ponds, yeah, and the 4 ponds, in principle, they replicate the way the catfish grows from juvenile to table size. It's healthy. It's healthy protein. And that is what we need. We all focus on crops. We all focus on horticulture. Very important. Don't get me wrong, yeah? But for a good, wholesome diet, you need protein, especially the children, yeah? In the first stage of their life. Economical improvement, I just said, yeah? When we import, we simply push the dollars and the euros out, depreciating the value of the Ghana cedi. So produce for and in Ghana. Okay, the supply chain, very simple, very clear. The hub farm is there, that is us. We supply young animals, feed, we do the training, technical assistance, and so on, to the farmers. The farmers produce. They sell to the consumers. Consumers pay farmers, farmers pay us. We assist the farmers, that's the top one, with the sales of their products. You will see this in this slide here. Okay, here you have your consumers again. That used to be a nice picture, by the way. So we are in the middle. We have created a sales portal, not just on the web, but also on USSD, because we really understand that not everyone has got a nice smartphone. Yeah, a lot of people still have their YAM phones. You don't have a perfect 3G, 4G reception all over Ghana. So USSD is very useful and it works perfectly, by the way. So consumer calls in, wants product. We check, the consumer is in our database, so we check which farmer is close by. We link the farmer to the consumer. Sales gets done. That's it. Naya, oh, thank you. Okay, financials. In principle, we go to the last bit now. Yeah, this is in principle what it costs to set up a small broiler farm. Yeah, we are just shy on the 50,000 Ghana cedis. You make close to 160,000 Ghana cedis, and at the end, it gives you a return on investment of 26%. All economical people under us know that 26% return on investment is extremely healthy. It makes sense. And we sell all year round at a fixed price, because also that is important. Because we, as Obruni, do not understand why my broiler has to be 160, 170 Ghana cedis during Christmas, although my wages are not more, my water is not more, my feed is not more. So we look at all year round production for a good price so that people can buy all year round. Yeah. Okay, catfish farm, that's almost the same story. Yeah, we stay under the 50,000 Ghana cedi mark. In this case, sales revenue is a bit less. That has to do with the amounts, and also, of course, for catfish, you get a lesser price than for broilers. Yeah, but here you even make 35.2% return on investment, which is extremely healthy. And please note, these numbers, of course, are based on a loan facility. So we base it on a low interest rate loan. And that is also one of the reasons why we are here, why we had the opportunity to present. We are not looking for export. We are looking for people who want to invest in their own country, for their own people. That is it. I'm done in principle. We can go to the last slide. Yeah, we say it already. It's written on our shirts, time to act is now. Don't wait, do.
All right, thank you very much, sir. That's very wonderful. So, Ekunfi Juice Factory, you have 10 minutes. It's up to 10 minutes. That's fine. But the maximum you can go is 10, right?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to I see myself standing on the already happy to see here my honorable MP, Honorable Momo Akwaba. So my name is Frederick Kobina Akwa. I'm the Director of Operations for Fruits and Juices Limited. I'll be having this presentation together with a sister company, Central Citrus Processing Limited. It's a very long slide. I'll try to skip as much as possible because I've just been given 10 minutes. I thought it was a minimum. I'm told it's the maximum I can take. Right, so Ekunfi Fruits and Juices Limited is a fully owned Ghanaian company, started in, or founded in 2017. The start date is 2017, but it actually started so many years earlier. Somewhere in 1998, two students from the University of Cape Coast, having left school with no visa in hand because all our colleagues were leaving, and with a determination not to write CVs, started roaming about in the central region looking for projects. And in fact, we visited a lot of abandoned projects, etc. That incited us. And then one sad spectacle that brought in Central Citrus into this equation was that on some of our rounds, we will notice that there are oranges stuck by the roadside and going bad and all of that. So we're thinking, what can be done? So all along, in all our lives before we started this project, that is what we've been thinking. So we're happy to incorporate Central Citrus as well. So this project started in 2017, like I've told you, with a $9 million facility from Exim Bank. And then we're looking at four main things to do. First of all was job creation, which we have done so much. I'll share the figures with you. Sorry, I'm old school. I have to train myself here. Left and right, I'm told. How can I? Right. The other button? Okay. Pardon me, you know I started mentioning 1998. Left and right. Okay. So I'll give it a try. Oh, I clicked right, it's gone again. Oh, I'm getting impatient. We are old school, permit me. Nah, often. Right. So the four things we do, which figures I will share. First of all, is job creation and capacity building for our people. And then it had a trickling down effect of increasing revenues. So we'll share those figures as we move. For all our products, and you see, you will have juice to drink at lunch. For all our products, we have to do 100% natural. So if you take a confit, for example, we have 100%. We call it a single strength juice. That is a juice that has nothing added except the extract of the fruit. So you have pineapples extracted, pasteurized, and boxed. Pineapple with ginger extracted and pasteurized and boxed. All of it, not from concentrate. Promoting healthy living. We're also looking at reducing our reliance on imports. So I had this conversation about imports and all the dances it does so far as our Ghana CD is concerned. So we said we have a healthy living, we have a healthy product, and then we are trying to do import substitution so that those coming in will be minimized. Then we can enjoy, because everything that is good is as good for a Ghanaian as it is for any other. So since we started the project, there's been a little bit of an impact which we are trying to amplify and then to grow more as we scale up. First of all, you know, our pineapples and oranges are hidden in the bush. So we had to go deep into the bush. We undertake road networks, okay, to multiple outgrower farms. Once we are creating employment, you know, revenues will also come in. But we are giving them, so for example, in Asebu, where we have the citrus production, there's an interesting model. These trees have been there for ages, since I was a student, because oranges, for example, go for 50 years plus. But then they are old trees, and then over time, their productivity reduces. What we do, we have another model for Ekunfi, which I'll explain. But what we do is that when we go to the community, because these people have been doing oranges all along, and then there seem to be no much revenue because they are as poor as they used to be in their youthful days. So what we do is that we give them a 10-year contract. So with this 10-year contract, they give their farms to us. We have all agreed how much revenue is generated from an acre, for example. So we multiply by that and pay them. So both for the major season and the minor season, we pay them. Whether we harvest or not is not their problem. For the next 10 years, they are going to get paid. And then what we do is that we are introducing modern technology, modern varieties, etc., and employing the youth to now come and take over the farms and work for us, to harvest, to process. So the farmer is giving his guaranteed revenue. This allows him a lot of time to undertake other alternative sources. So we introduce alternative livelihood projects like grass cutter rearing. We've just started fish aqua. I'm sure I'll speak to the speaker before me about our project. And also, we are giving reliable and sustainable income to aged farmers. So I always bring in a story. There was a farm we were going to see somewhere in Asebu. We got there, we picked a farmer from Abakrampa, and we went into the bush. And then at some point, we could tell that this man is not finding the way to his farm. Not because he's sitting in a car, but he just couldn't navigate where to. This tells a story. We got to a junction, and then we saw a lady come out of the bush, and then he's asking this lady, that tells you that this man hasn't been there for a long time. In fact, when we went to the farm, this was a farm, an orange farm that had acacia, etc., cohabiting. So you could tell that for a long time. And we asked why. It is simple. We crop our oranges, and we are told they are going to be buyers from Cote d'Ivoire. They are coming in articulated trucks. By the time they get here, you know, these people are also wise. They are buying from the western region all the way down. So when they get to say Shama, and they are trying to go back to Cote d'Ivoire to offload and come back. Meanwhile, they would have sent messages ahead. So these people will now harvest and put them by the roadside. And that is why when I was young, I saw oranges stuck by the roadside. As I grew old, we still see that stuck. that stack. So there was a need for a project to now arrest all these this situation. And that is how come we give them that kind of contract to give them some leverage to do other things. So by this arrangement, there's a reliable and sustainable income for the aged who have grown those oranges. And for their kids or the younger generation, we employ them, one, give them a contract, we give them uniforms, we give them machinery to do the farm management. So there's some kind of excitement of the youth, and then also on the aged farmers. I'm sorry, I have to go by. Let me skip this. What you have here is a glimpse of our raw material support base. We always say that factory is exciting, machinery is exciting, the numbers are exciting, but they can only be a white elephant if you don't have the strong raw material base. So this, for example, shows us the raw material base that we have for our Ekunfi juice. Now we have Ekunfi juice in 250 ml pack, what you will have for lunch. But then there are plans to do the 1 liter, and then scaling up, we'll also be doing the beer. So excitingly, there's going to be beer coming from pineapple. In fact, to tell you the truth, any food that ferments, I know all foods do, any food in large volume that ferments can be used for beer. Yes. And so we're doing the beer line. We have the Sobolo coming. We call it Dr. So. And the other thing, we have teas. There's the iced teas, etc., all coming up. So we need a very strong raw material support base. And that's what we have here. For the beer, excite the MC, for my MC for Cape Coast. The beer is called Cape Beer. It's from pineapple. Ekunfi Fruits and Juices Limited. I travel all through the world, and I mention Ekunfi, and everybody, oh, yeah. I know of Ekunfi. The next one is Cape Beer, because one of the originators is a Cape boy. Gladly, we have hit the export market. And so since 2022, in the heat of the COVID, we were called to make a presentation in the US, and then he got excited because of the quality of juice we had. So for all the juices, I don't have to badmouth, but you look at the juice and it's pineapple and something. It was only a Ekunfi juice that had pineapple, and that was all, because that is what we do. If it's pineapple and ginger, it's pineapple and ginger. You don't have any additive, no preservative, nothing. We have a way of processing it to stay like that. And so on the international market, it caught the eye. In fact, we had CNN come in to do a documentary at our factory. So proudly, I was on CNN. And then right after that was this approach by the US Chamber of Commerce. And then we hit the American market. So for the past 2-3 years, we've been in the US, for example, and then we have about 1,200 African shops. For them, they call it African and Caribbean because that is what it is. But we call it African shops. So we have these shops here. And gladly, we are on the biggest retail shop in the US. That's Walmart. We are in walmart.com. But if you go there now, you'll be told it's out of stock. Okay. Yes, because for the past 2 years, we've had some challenges with fruit production. And at the moment, we'll have to import from Benin. What we are doing. We are stepping up what we are doing here, but that tells the story. Because our capacity is huge. But then plugging in from our raw material has been a little bit of a challenge when the weather doesn't favor us too much. So we are on Walmart, and then gladly we have been given the in-store allocation. We are yet to fill that one. So these are some of the pictures I can show to do some small tune-on that we're on the streets of America. We're all over in America. We also have requests from Canada. In fact, if I say America, I'm talking about the US, Canada, and even Mexico. But we are yet to hit those markets. But we also have requests from continental Europe and from the United Kingdom, and also some Asian markets. But because we are yet to scale up properly, we are yet to touch those markets. So these are some of the pictures. This is our marketing manager in the US feeling on the streets of America? So with our coming, we are looking at employing about 9,000 of our youth. 9,000 of our youth. And then we had mentioned that we are doing a complete value chain stuff. We are doing land preparation. We are doing farming, agronomic practices. We are doing production. We are doing marketing as well. So we have, if you go on the streets of Accra, which we want to expand, we started doing some kind of sourcing during the Central Expo, where we have tents, so the youth can now come in to do sales points. Because a lot of people are asking this. There's a lady out there who told me, I buy from Accra, but sometimes when I go, my vendor is not available, etc. We want to spread ourselves all over the place. Because we're also thinking that, like I mentioned earlier, what is good out there is equally good for us here. So we don't want to be so strong in the US and weak in Ghana. We are also helping the youth move from what is becoming a challenge for us, or galamsey. So because we are giving them alternative livelihoods, we have them trading from the points. They are earning around 304 to 400 cedis income per day. And for them, it is good work. So they have done a documentary, which I don't know if we can show here. But it tells how they have moved from that risky galamsey. Galamsey is good. It looks good. For us, not doing galamsey, it looks good. But for them, in the pits, it is a very dangerous enterprise that does not require that kind of energy. So they think if they have energies that they can put into this and be earning 300, 400 CDs without going into the pit, it is good for them. So these are some of the alternative livelihood programs we are bringing up. Now, our project is a combination of three. These are three strong elements. We have a Kumfi juice, which specializes in the fruit processing. We do not from concentrate juices. It is important. If you are buying juice, now check if it is from concentrate or not. Ours is not from concentrate. So you see the NFC sign. It is fruit-based and it is functional. We also have the central citrus, like I mentioned. That also does same. Only that with the central citrus, there's also an avenue to do essential oils. So when we're kids, you go to the woman peeling oranges, pick some of the peels, and then we'll spray something in somebody's eye. It used to be a prank in our days, where it is sprayed in your eye. Those are essential oils. And so we extract that as central citrus. And then, so those are one of the add-on productions that we do for central citrus. And then we have a raw material production base. So we have a technical operator who is Farm Direct Technologies Limited, helping us to now draw a lot of our raw materials. So this is for central citrus and what they do. These are yet to hit the market. It's called the Eden Pure Juice. So this is Farm Direct that I spoke about. So these are their figures in terms of employment. Okay, so this is some pictures to show for central citrus. But I'll be showing you some other. So we are harnessing from the central region, basically. So where you see the maps and the fruits, that is where we have touched. We are yet to touch all the districts. Some are yet to be touched, but a lot more have been touched. And we have the list out here. I can share the presentation afterwards. Permit me to show you a catalog of our product. This is a Kumfi juice. This is a 250 ml, and that is the 1 liter. These are tapachis coming up, so you can see Cape Breeze. Cape Breeze. These are tapachis are like a wine from pineapple. This is the beer I spoke about, Cape beer. Sorry, what we have here is the 0%, but we're actually doing 0%, 2.5, and 5. 40 will be off board. So these are some of the products for Central Citrus Processing Limited. So that is our story, Ekunfi Fruits.
Thank you very much. But that was a very nice story, neatly told by Ekunfi Fruit Factory. So the next will be Cape Coast Metro Assembly. between 5 and 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I'm doing this presentation on behalf of my Honorable Chief Executive, Honorable Judge Justice Atta, going in the white and black. Thank you. And standing on already existing protocols. So thank you. You know, Cape Coast, the name is actually about market. The name simply means market or trading. So basically, it's all about investments. And per its location, I think we've talked about it already. It's so advantageous that if you're able to use a freight tracker, almost all the freight going to America and some part of Europe, they pass over Cape Coast almost all the time. So that's it. And it has a very long history of contact with the Europeans. As we said, the original name, no, it was a former national capital. Because of that, almost a lot of things started from here. So we call ourselves the City of First. Geographically, I think Nana said that the weather is like that of the Europeans. So I think we can feel it. The weather, even though it is shining, but the weather is very cool. So it's also good for business. But when we come to the population, the interesting thing is that we have more than 25%, that's a quarter of them, who are either tertiary students or who are tertiary students, meaning that there's high skilled labor in the metropolis. This is largely due to the universities that we have. And the day when they take the education out of Cape Coast, that will be the end of Cape Coast as a settlement. But statistically also, we also notice that when we take the population of UCC, when they are in session, Cape Coast Technical University, and other schools, including the secondary schools, we observe that our population should have been almost additional 100,000 compared to the officially published ones. This is because when the census was done, the schools were on break. So census nights, you have to be counted where you were. So that's what affected our population seriously. And I've mentioned that our major backbone is education. However, outside that, we're also known for tourism. I think everybody, when the previous speakers speak, they all mention about tourism, but which also means that there's an opportunity for transport and there's also avenue for commerce. So we'll now go into the investment opportunities in the educational sector. We have two major investees. This means that students' accommodation is critical. And so when we go to Cape Coast, that's CCTU, they have over 5,000 admissions. They can take more. But the official accommodation that they have for students is only 400. This means that this is a ready opportunity for the accommodation over there. And the university is ever ready to work with any investor that will come into this direction. I think the last we spoke with them, they said they are ready to accommodate anyone who can come put about 10,000 facility for students. So that's the opportunity for, and as a city, we are seriously working with them. Leave out Cape Coast, that's a main university, UCC. Also have serious accommodation challenges. Some of them will have to peg with others in the localities, which also have its own implication for studies. Then teachers and lecturers also, there is that also challenge for accommodation. So in terms of education, this is what we have. And as long as there are people, advanced people at a place, it means that they have to move up and down. And looking at what is happening in Accra now, we have to start looking at the mass transport system. So mass transport services is another major transportation system. So that we don't wait where, if all of us here should drive our cars here, I'm not sure we'll be able to even find a way to even park inside here. So we have to also look at that. And as we are known for education, these days we don't need to wait and then I think you can be and have your degree for Harvard, Cambridge, Echo. We also need to do that one for the lower level, that is from secondary and the tertiary level. It's also me to also for opportunity for investors to also come in there. Then definitely, we can't do education without talking the printing press. There's no major printing press here. I think you have to go to Newtown and Crave before you can do major printings. We also need to also bring that industry here. So that is what we have for in terms of educational sector. In terms of tourism, a lot has been said about this already. And I think the basics are there, so we'll not go too much. Every year, we do have about 120,000 people who visit Cape Coast every year. And but per day, we can even go more. And what happens is that people come in, they finish, then they go. But we want them to come and stay. For instance, all of us are here, and I'm sure you are aging that as soon as you close, you go back. But you want the case where you come, sleep over, go run and do one or two things in town before you go. So that is our vision. This also applies to international visitors and who come. So we want to also make it attractive for that. So the first thing is that we want to start tourist information center. At the moment, we have a DEX. We want to professionalize it. They also have also create tourist packages. So on later this year, we'll be inviting some of you to come for Cape Coast for Tourism Summit, Tourism Fair and Summit later this year. So when the time is due, we send the advert around. We are working towards this. Then we also need to have a market system where we can promote as a desired tourist destinations. I think those of us who have the opportunity to travel, as soon as you've done your bookings and everything, all that you need is to get yourself from your house to the airport. Every other thing is catered for. So you come back to Ghana and then you go back to your house. And that's the kind of thing we also want to do where as soon as you decide to come to Cape Coast, we want to create opportunity where once you come here, all your other thing is catered for, then you have to go back. So at this also create that business opportunity for Cape Coast. And we need the investors in this area also. We will know about the Cape Coast Castle, which I mentioned a lot, but we have some other ones such as Fort Williams, Fort Victoria, and then Fredericksburg at Amafo. Then we also have some heritage sites. As we say, it's the seat of the colonial government. So we'll have it there. We also have the military cemetery. That was where the first millionaire that ever came from West Africa, and the one who started the fight for African freedom. That's where he was buried. I think we need to also put that into shape as a tourist attraction. We also have our festival. I think it's one of the largest and a well-organized one. During that time, you come to Cape Coast, the human traffic alone is difficult to handle. So we also want to also promote and package it very well. So these are some of the other areas. We have the Anafo market, which is the oldest existing market in Cape Coast and West Africa in terms of well-structured ones. We also have the Kotokraba market, which is known for crab. And then we also have the London Bridge. We also have the Anglican Church, the first Anglican Church in Ghana. Then we also have the palace for the Ogwamahi, and then the seat of government for the old the Joseph Wilson. Joseph Wilson was the first millionaire for West Africa. So, and the first basic school was also in Cape Coast here. We also have a military cemetery and museum where some of the old military people who came to serve the colonial people were also buried there. We also have the Biodiversity Center. Then we have the traditional craft industry also. Now we come to the Fosu Lagoon, and this is our major area that we are, which is here. You know, wherever there are water bodies, it's a very nice attraction. And everywhere you go, Cape Town, wherever it is, but we are fortunate to have the Fosu Lagoon, which also serves as the god, or where the god of the Ogo people are resided. But however, the place now currently is not being put in the proper use. So we want to also improve upon it. And what we intend to do is to redevelop into a world-class green environment where we can have all the facilities that we need. So talk about hospital. We have the Metro Hospital, which is around us. We want to upgrade it to about cater for about 5,000 beds. In that case, so after that, we can now make it a regional hospital. Then we can also upgrade the EWIM to this Metro and also upgrade the other ones. We also need to also have a cold storage facilities for our local fishermen. Then we also, so that's the hospital, and then we also need to also have some astroturfs. When we move to where the place where the first football was ever kicked in West Africa and probably Africa, that's Victoria Park, is there. So we need to also bring it back to its original state. These things like this can produce. That place produces a lot of football like Robert Mensah and other popular football that we know of, or those who have been able to won us our first Africa Cup of Nations and bring some football glories to Ghana. Most of them were produced from that park. So we need to bring it to its states. So, but we also look at the other sectors. Everybody here has spoken about airports. And as you know, Cape Coast has come out with an 8-year development plan. And the airport features this seriously. We also talk about the fishing port, which I think it has been alluded to. And then we also have a children's park. Then we also need to also have a shopping mall in Cape Coast. But as people come here, you have to buy one or two things and take along. So you need a very big shopping mall in town. And all these things here, in fact, the political heads, the three political heads, the MCE, the MP for Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South, they are seriously promoting this up all over. And we also have a big personality which is also behind it, and maybe the mayor can mention that. So we are working towards to promote. So seriously, this thing, when somebody comes, we are ready to quickly provide the necessary administrative and the technical support. You know, when we go to the old part of Cape Coast, the way it is, if you are not careful, in about 10 years' time, we'll have a major crisis there. So you have to start thinking about redeveloping them into estates. You go to China, their old parts, now they've all become high-rise buildings. So we also want to also start promoting that where we can have high-rise buildings. Then people can go. This also creates more avenue to also bring more people on board. And so when the investors come, we are ready to also support them and see the so that we can take it from that level. The next one is we are not really saying this because but we've already taken some practical actions. And we've also gone beyond the coast of Ghana to also take some actions. And these are some of we've signed some strategic agreements with some companies. And mainly we have it for technology, the first one is pig farming, not fish, it's pig farming. We also have the construction industry. There's a firm ready to also come and partner anyone who want to do that. Then the major is the solar energy. So I thought Anwar would be also saying that the solar energy, we have a company ready to come. So they already needed an approval for them to start coming. An approval for them to start coming. So maybe the enclave in Gumua Central, we can also take advantage of this one also. And the waste management, refuse become a major challenge for the city, and we've done our best almost every day, but it's time for us to also begin to see it as a revenue. So it's also one of the investment areas that we also need to look at. On this note, the initiatives that we have are here, but more importantly, we also have the collaboration with the investors, and also we have some sister city partners which the investors can also take up on, because we have it in 3 continents, and we are working hard to also cover Africa, and then so we have it for USA, China, Germany. We also want to go to South America and some others in Africa, so that this all means to provide opportunity for residents and business partners that will come in order for them to have international exposure for them for easy trading. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So can we have the last one? Okay, let's take the last one when we finish. If there's any addition, we'll call the person to come and add up. Mayor, exercise restraint. Let's have the Gubwa East when we finish. Okay, that's right. Sure. Right. So Gomwa East, come and take the last lot and let's make progress.
Okay, so I'll also follow suit by following or standing on the existing protocols, and then present the investment opportunities or potentials of Gomwa East District Assembly. So I'm standing in, or I'm presenting this on behalf of my Honorable DC, Honorable Margaret Nana Akon. And so I'll begin with our location, a map indicating where we are located, and also the surrounding or sister districts that we share borders with. Okay, so on a brief history, so the Gomwa East is relatively a young district that was carved out of the previous Gomwa East. So per the LI were inaugurated on 15th of March 2018. So the district is just about roughly 8 years old. It also is composed, or it has just one constituency and about 20 members. However, per land size and also population-wise, we have a very huge population. In fact, within the district, we have a population of about 308,000, a little above, I think 308,600 and plus. So that is the population, which also provides a huge potential for Gomwa East. It serves as a huge potential because the whole region, we have the highest population. We are even more than Cape Coast. Cape Coast. Yes, please. So we also have an advantage. We have a very big advantage based on our location, where we are situated. So we also have the Trans-ECOWAS Highway traversing through our district. So we have the major highway passing through our district, which also serves as a very big potential for the district. It also makes the proximity to the 2 ports, major ports within the country. We are sited in between them, so our location is very, very important. I will go ahead and then move in terms of demographics. I've mentioned that, and looking at our demographics also, we are more urban. We have about 90% of our district being urban, and then just about 10%, which is about 40,000 people living in the rural area. So this is the population distribution. I want to quickly move to our economic or characteristics. So as I indicated, we are both urban and then we have a little rural. So we have the characteristics of the district is mixed one with both agriculture, but commerce dominates. However, we have agriculture, we have fishing, we have stone quarries, we have a lot of manufacturing companies, as I indicated. It is well situated. Security-wise, we have about 5 commands, and then security there is very, the place is very secured. We also have 3 major markets. We have the Dominance market, the Bujumbura market, and the Nyano Kakraba market. So as I indicated, all things point out that when it comes to Gumwa, it is a hub, investment hub that you cannot do or you can do away with. Let me quickly move to our investment potential. In terms of potentials, we believe that in terms of land, we have a lot of bare lands, available lands, both farmlands and then bare lands for estate development. We also have numerous water bodies, including the Ayinsu River that drains the district. We also have quarry rocks, and anyone who have used the road from in between Kaswa, the road construction from Kaswa to Widiba, you'll see the amount of rocks that have been blasted. We are richly endowed with quarry rocks. We also have clay, as mentioned by the Honorable MP. We have the clay. We also have coastal beaches, and then good roads, and the biggest of all, salt also. Okay, so let's look at our investment potentials, the resources available, what is being done, what is needed, or where we need it investment in, the benefit to the district. So first and foremost, rice processing. We believe that the district has the potential to as a major place for rice processing plants or rice processing factory, because we've partnered with Koika and we even plant rice seeds for planting. So when it comes to Ochoeku area and its environment, at the Wukwa potting, we plant a lot of rice, but when it comes to its packaging and its processing, we believe that the processing plants available are not enough, and then it's a place where we can invest in. When it comes to vegetables, also, as I indicated, the Ochoeku area has an irrigational facility. Though we have a little problem with our dike, that is being worked on. So when it comes to the clay also, we are looking at our ceramics, bricks, sculpting, roofing, tiles production. And some are being done, but it's being done on a small scale, ceramic tiles and bricks, and also sculpting. When it comes to Gomwa, sculpting is one of the major things we do. So we are looking to improve on that, to get these ceramic industries come in, because we have both the red and the white clay being extracted within our districts. We also have real estate. Gomwa East is currently I think the most booming district in terms of real estate development. So we believe it's been there, but it is limited because we have a lot of potential in terms of the real estate business. So we are calling upon investors to come in because our lands are available, proximity to Accra, weather is okay, everything is on point. When recreational and tourism business, we are also looking at our beaches, the lagoons, as I mentioned, River Ayensu and the rest. We are well endowed in that aspect, but we believe even though we have this hospitality, a lot of the big ones, the Marlin, the Tills, White Sand, and then that of Marcel Desailly is also found within our district around the Ninyano area. All of these are available, but we believe per our beaches and then the stretch, there is more that can be done. When it comes to transport services, we are also looking at both water and then road transport. As I indicated, we have the highest population within the district. So commerce is also the major thing, as I indicated. We have 3 major markets. So we believe that mass transport is an aspect where we have a lot of potential. When it comes to the quarry, as I indicated, we have about 5 quarry companies, but looking at the quarry rocks within the district, very little is being exploited or being extracted. So we believe that we want investment in that, and then we want to enhance that to improve the economic situation of the people of Gomwa East district. So when it comes to the hospitality industry, I've mentioned that in terms of poultry, we have big agro farms around the Mampong area, the Potting area, as I indicated. Available land, there is water across the whole district, there is available electricity, everything is favorable, and that's why we have a lot of them there. And we also want more because we still have bare lands. When in terms of pig farming, we have the pig farming and then the processing, but we need to upskill to go into where, like along the value chain, we want to see more pig products. Likewise, that of the poultry products. We just don't want to be producing the broilers, and even though we are dressing and then packaging and exporting, some also being used locally. We believe a lot of investment can go into that. When it comes to frozen foods, we have Ninyano, we have Dampase, Fete, who are into fishing, but there is limited cold rooms for storage. So whenever there is a bumper catch, then they have to reduce their prices for the fishes. So we need cold rooms or investment in that aspect. We also, in terms of fish processing, basically we are doing the smoking and the drying, but we want to upskill. We want a fish processing plant within the district. In terms of waste management, as I indicated, based on our population, we also emit a lot of waste, and then the recycle plants are limited. So we believe that is also an aspect to be explored, or investment can go into that aspect. When it comes to markets, I've mentioned them, but we believe that per our proximity and availability of land, we believe that when it comes to ultramodern market complex, we will need that at around the Nyano Kakaba, Budumbram, and then Akoti. Based on the populations there and then the already existing market, we believe that an ultramodern market is the way forward. Last but not the least, education and then business consultancy. In terms of education, we have just around about 6 secondary schools, and then 53 public schools, and then just 1 private university. But looking at our population, it provides, there's a lot of potential when it comes to education. We believe that where investment within the educational sector, there is a lot of potential when it comes to Gomwa, extra universities, extra secondary, second cycle institutions, and also private schools. So based on this, we believe that. Now let's go to our incentives. So this is the salt that is being manufactured in Nyano, but this is where we want to be. This is the investment we seek. Likewise, that of the bricks. We are this way, but there is the investment, or this is the plan. This is where we want to go. We want to go into the plants. That of the fish also, we want to move in this direction. And when it comes to the markets, we believe we need to move from this to this. So when it comes to local incentive packages, we have local incentive packages, but based on time, I will move to all these business advisory, advantageous location, the arable land, the tax holidays, the facilitation, acquisition of utility services. I've mentioned them. But the most important one is the Gomwa East Annual Business, Artisan and Investment Expo that we duly and successfully launched in November last year. But this program is going to take place March, 22nd of March to 29th of March this year. So we believe that with that, we'll be able to also help these companies that are existing, and then we also help them in terms of marketing exposure, both within Ghana and across. Based on that, I'll end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the points, everybody was just amused, but everything is possible, right? Yes, sure. So we thought this could be the end, but the first company we invited came in later. So we're giving them 5 minutes. Aquaba Feeds. Aquaba Feeds. We are giving you 5 minutes to come and run us through your projects. Okay. Madam, is that you? All right. 5 minutes. Hope you won't even get 5 minutes. It won't reach. It's like 2 minutes.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Maria Angelina Koyo Sakite. I'm with Aquaba Feeds Limited. Aquaba Feeds Limited is into production of feed, basically poultry and then piggery. We also sell premises and concentrates. So the company is located at Papase on the Bojiase stretch. I would like to talk a bit about the company. So Aquaba Feeds Limited was established in 2018, and with the products that I've mentioned, we are doing so well. It's one of the leading manufacturer of the poultry feed, and then when it comes to the premises and then the concentrate, we are one of the leading companies into it. Okay, so in terms of market position and growth, we are currently located in about 10 regions out of the 16 regions. And then in terms of our, we intend expanding our capacity. Though we produce feed, we also have an experimental farm where we do experiments of the feed that we manufacture. We try to see how best it's doing with the birds, since the health and the well-being of the birds are of much concern. We try to do experiments there before we bring it out to sell. Okay, so in terms of capacity expansion, we intend to seek an investment opportunity, and we are seeking for $2.5 billion. And so what we have showing is what we intend to use the funds for, and most of them has already been obtained or gotten. So currently, if we get a 2.5, we will use $900,000 for working capital, and then for the capacity expansion in terms of production, in terms of the premises and the concentrate, in terms of the beds expansion. So all these are the things that we intend to do with the 2.5 million. Like I said, most of them has already been obtained, like the weighing bridge, the forklift, yes. So some of them has already been obtained. So this is the breakdown of the investment, what we intend to use the money for, and then the payback period, and then the rate. So we intend to seek an investment with a low rate of interest, and we intend to pay within 10 years. So this is about how we want to have the facility and then the payment period. Okay, so these are all part of the breakdown of what we intend to use the facility for. Okay, so in terms of distribution, I think I've already spoken about our position. So I made mention of the fact that we are located in about 10 regions. So this is basically about the distribution. We have distributors across the regions who do the selling and then the marketing of the products. There's a bit which talks about the competitive strength of the, I don't know if you can. Okay, so in terms of competitiveness, like I said, so we do testing with our birds before the feeds come out. So we in terms of quality, we are there. And then in terms of distribution, we are across 10 regions. And then we also have premises and concentrate. You know, some farmers always want to get the feeds done on their own. So we have the additives, the premises and the concentrate, they fall on us to get those ones, which are basically imported. So we have the meat and bone, we have the blood meal and all that. So whichever one they want to include in their formulation, we have them. Basically, this is all that I can say about Aquaba Feeds. Thank you so much.
Nice. So thank you very much for all the presentations we've had so far. I could clearly see fatigue setting in looking at our faces and the way we started clapping. But if I had my own way, we would have closed. But we've had a lot of presentations. They are all here. Some of us also have concerns that need to be addressed. So let's just open some 5 minutes. There's a hand up. Open forum. So that whatever concern, whatever suggestion, whatever comment you have from the very first speaker to this very last one, then we'll put them all together and then we wind them up and then we can go away. So please, you direct your question to whoever, whatever presentation you want to talk about, and then can we have an additional mic, if that's possible? Then first 5, let's have the first 5. We react to them. Sure. Then when we come and there are any more questions, we take them. So 1, 2, we are taking the first 5. Please pass the microphone. We have 2 people already. Yeah. Okay, Mama 3.
Hello.
If we finish and there is no other 4. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Well, I'm living in Cape Coast. It's about Central Region, but I want to concentrate about Cape Coast.
Please, if you could identify yourself.
My name is Jude Jeffrey. Jude Jeffrey.
Jude Jeffrey.
Yes, I'm a estate broker. I live here, Cape Coast. It's about Central Region, but I want to concentrate about Cape Coast. I read about the Cape Coast is mainly tourism. So if I want to talk, I must strictly talk about tourism. And they've demolished an alpha market. You said an alpha market is the first market. Why should it be demolished? Because Cape Coast virtually is a museum. If you demolish a museum, then what are we doing? But a crop market is destroyed and something new is built. When you take my palm like this, Cape Coast is only developed the town. The rest are there. So why don't we expand? That's number 1. Number 2, and this is more serious. I saw that in South Africa. It's Hall of Fame. We don't have it here. and tourism goes seriously with Hall of Fame. We have so many important people who have come to pass in this Cape Coast, in Central Region as a whole. A country that does not honor its heroes is not worth dying for. There are so many people in this country, Cape Coast, Central Region for that matter, they pass, but nobody knows them. Could you agree? Few know about them. Few know about Kujiagri, John Mesa Saba. So I am suggesting to the chief executive to build a hall of fame where we will have busts of Robert Mesa, John Mesa Saba, etc., Ben Kofi, and their history, so that the tourists will go and pay and see what is there. So I'm calling for Hall of Fame. Seriously.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please give it to the gentleman. And please, let's try as much as possible to make it very snappy, so that
Thank you. Thank
yeah.
you. I am in the of Kakomudu Cape Coast. I represent the Chamber of Commerce and Industry as the regional chairman. I am also here representing Guta, also as the regional chairman of the Council of Elders. I have only one concern, and that concern is about production capacity for this region. We've been talking a lot, there's prospects, opportunity, and all that. But fixing the fundamentals has been a problem for this region. The other time, the chamber invited about 16 investors from Canada, led by the India High Commissioner. We took them to Omar Hini's palace, and what they told the chamber is that the production capacity for this region is low. The production capacity for this region is low. Despite the fact that we are the second most resourced region across the 16 regions in this country. We are the second most resourced next to the oil city, the Western region. Just we don't see investment happening in our region. That is very woefully sad. We've been talking a lot about prospects, opportunity, and all that, but not fixing the fundamentals. These investors, when the chamber brought them here into this region to come and explore avenues of opportunities for investment, what they told the chamber is that, number two, about the skill set competencies in this region is woefully low. The skill set is low. When they bring in the investors, the first litmus test that they conduct when they go to any economy at all is the skill set of the local craft persons. The skill set. So we have a challenge. Most of these investors went to Volta region, Eastern region, Northern region to go and invest. None of them stayed here to invest here. So though we have a lot of resources, a lot of natural resources here, fixing this region as the most preferred investment destination is woefully nil, absent. That's why when they come here, they fail to invest. And that has been a bane, a problem for this region. A very serious problem. We are surrounded by Accra, Greater Accra, by Kumasi, the oil, yeah, and the Eastern region. But yes, we don't benefit. They move goods from Accra to Tekwadi, here and up and down, without considering Cape Coast or Central region here. And that is the problem for this region. We have to fix it.
Thank you. Short.
Merely talking about prosperity and all that won't benefit us. We must go into fit the fundamentals.
Point well made. Thank you, sir. Please pass the microphone to the gentleman at the extreme, and then from there to come to Mama. Please give him the mic.
My name is Henry Akwan.
It will come.
Regional Treasurer of Cape Coast Chamber of Commerce and Industry. My concern is the Fosu Lagoon. In fact, it seems the Fosu Lagoon is actually extincting. When you look at the first distance, the whole place is weedy, and even you see cows even feeding there. Even during festivities or maybe after time, they all want to taste their native meat or fish. So now, what are you going to do about our lagoon? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lady there, but let's finish. Give her the mic. Make her submission. Snappy, Mama, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
all protocols duly observed. Hello. Okay. My name is Mama Awochu Ajagba the second, also known as Rich Lava Mamu, but you can call me Mama Gender. I am the Central Regional Head of the Department of Gender. Thank you. So, you can do it better. So, I listened to all the presenters, and my expectation was at least they should have mentioned gender. Maybe have a strategy in trade and investment process. That was what I was expecting. With the private sector, I was also expecting something like that from them. That the strategy they have in integrating gender into their processes. But I didn't see that. So I want to give you this. You know, women contribute significantly to economic growth, poverty reduction, and sustainable development. Their participation strengthens markets, promotes innovation, ensures more inclusive economic actions. That is what women, the role women play. Now, when it comes to contribution, we come to the local and international trade, women are involved in production, processing, distribution, and marketing of goods and services, including agriculture, textiles, crafts, and other things. But I didn't see that. Without women, you can never succeed. When we are talking about trade and investment, women play significant role in that, and you can't take them out. So I want you to know that promote gender responsive trade and investment policies, improve women's access to finance, credit, and markets. When you build the capacity of women through other means, mentorship and others, I think you will succeed in whatever you want to do. I want to state that empowering women in trade and investment is not only a matter of equity, but a smart economic strategy. And we should also take note that the president has also sent letters to all MMDAs stating clearly that by the end of this 2026, the affirmative action for gender equity, Act 2004, the Act 1121, the 30% representation of women should be meant. So we should take it into consideration. Mr. Honorable CEO, please, the next time you do something like this, please invite Mama Gender. I would do a presentation on the role of women in decision-making roles. Okay, thank you.
Madam, please make your submission.
Hello. Mopa wanchao. Mene ne meja. Nama weshie mwaha. Ahemfo. MCU na nuwa kekahu. Michio bibia. Mene ne meja suwenji menyado. Wafrem rubiation. Minyo biya. Nemu mades ready. Namadotum penufo ha wenim. Nsama wa na eye. Obabuwa mano na. Mamesrenende. Sadumbi dumhwan na wucho wonyo ahwe Ghana man another central region mu nimpa anya na ye local anya nkasa yitumi ye de ensa ye de ye blibi amide metumi ye Hereford na me your ointment Mrs. Dama ye here mboa bebre ne yetumi da abred up nti yesra wan samboa bi dama ba na wa kai ahen so ye wo fam me da ase.
Thank you very much. So, hello. God, we've had the 5. If Chief, is there a way you can respond to any of them or any of the presenters here who would like to? You want to speak on any? Okay, somebody might touch on the lagoon and.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think there are some issues that concern Cape Coast. The first one, the Hall of Fame.
Hello. Yes.
Thank you. There are some issues that concern Cape Coast. The first one is the Hall of Fame. In our 8-year development plan, we have captured that, but we are calling Cape Coast Museum, where we can bring all the past events and all this we mentioned and exhibit them over there. So that's what we are. So that is what we have termed it. But maybe the terminology may differ, but it's the same paper that we want to do. We call it Cape Coast Museum. Thank you. The next one. We acknowledge that Cape Coast is a historic site. So because of that, there are certain buildings where we are a bit careful about how to touch them. So, but again, too, there are some structures for economic purposes. No matter what you do, they have to be touched, like a NAFO market, so they can produce. It can be able to serve more people and serve more modern purposes, and then a Kotokra market, so they can serve more. So because of this, but there are more structures there that we are a bit careful not to touch. Even we are even trying to bring back those that were touched, like the Victoria Park, to bring back each original, because that's the first place where football was ever touched in Ghana. In Africa, so we are about. So in terms of the recognition of Cape Coast on this structure, so that's the answer. In terms of the Fosu Lagoon, the challenge we acknowledge that the Fosu Lagoon has a challenge. The area has dried about 30% of it is gone. From 1970 up to now, about 30% of it is gone. And land development is also growing. So that is why a greater part of the presentation is on the Fosu Lagoon project, where a number of projects are coming up around that project in order to make it sustainable. So if you look at the presentation, a greater part is on the Fosu Lagoon, where we talk about the hospitals and a number of other things, including the fishing port and co. And but in terms of gender, I think this is a general issue, but when we look at our plan, because we didn't have to really talk much. So gender includes children. So we talk about the children's park. We have the aged clinic, children clinic. We also have the men wellness and fitness center. We also have the women clinic. These are some of the things that we mentioned concerning gender. So that is to talk about the women clinic, the men wellness and fitness center, the children's clinic, the women clinic, the agent clinic, and also the children's park. So these are all the stuff we also have concerning gender. So thank you very much. I think these are the issues that concern Cape Coast from this round of questions. Thank you very much.
And the last one, I think, is a suggestion, right? That is so it will be given a consideration. So do we have any more? All right. Okay, so you have correction. Oh, okay. It goes to me. Okay, sir.
You've listed members of parliament from Central Region. And Honorable Quinster Poko Soya. It is indicated here that she is a member of parliament for Abra Asebu Kwamankasi, which is not true.
Yeah, I corrected it in my brochure, but I didn't speak it out. Because we had only 2 MPs here, we only acknowledged them. We did not acknowledge those who didn't come. But the correction has been effected in my brochure.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, so this brings us to the end of the opening forum and for the entire program that we just did. There's a hand behind. Okay, let's do that last one and then we can wrap up.
just passing a comment on the lady who talked about help for those working with the hand within the local economy. There is a government institution called the Ghana Enterprise Agency that brings support to people like yourselves. So please talk to either the Regional Coordinating Council, the reps here. GEA has an office in Central Region, and they should be able to support you in your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Exactly. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping up the whole program, bringing the curtains down on today's Central Regional Investment Forum, bringing everything to a close. We will need to invite the Member of Parliament for Ekumfi to give us the closing remarks so that we can bring the session to a close. Dr. Eko Kwenu, please put your hands together for the MP.
Thank you very much. I don't know how to say I stand on existing protocols with full recognition for the affirmative action and also for gender equity, as it were. But thank you very much for the legs are weak. Thank you very much. I must say that I really enjoyed the very brisk presentation from my brother from Gomoa East. In fact, I realized that I have to do a lot of work in my own constituency. So thank you very much for that. On behalf of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, I would like to thank especially, first of all, the Almighty God, and also thank the Ogwa Omahin, Osara Brema, Dr. Kwesi Atta II, and also our chief of the Central Region House of Chiefs. Therefore, Amwekwa Bwedu II. Did I get it correct, sir? The eighth, yes, for gracing this program. I think it's been a wonderful day for me. It's my first time actually attending this program, and I think that it's really in the right direction. Central Region has played a pivotal role in Ghana. I must say that in the history of the Fourth Republic, Central Region has always produced a vice president. And we remain hopeful that we will see more at the top, if I should use that word. I would like to thank everybody, all the institutions here present, all distinguished personalities for attending and gracing this program. And I believe that what we have done here will be an opening for a lot of investment coming into the Central Region to benefit our people and also to put Ghana again on the map. I believe it has been a good day, and I would like to thank everybody sincerely for coming, also for all my honorable members in the house if I make a mistake. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Eko Kwenu. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think he has done everything for us, giving the vote of thanks and all that is involved. So, all we need is someone moved by the Spirit to pray for us so that we can peacefully go and enjoy our lunch. So, a female should do it. Mama, they need you to pray and then incorporate in your affirmative action so that it will work.
Hallelujah. Amen. Hallelujah. Great things he has done. Great acts. Why are we laughing? He do all to the Lord be the glory. Great things he. Oh, hunabobrum nyame jude mujata wasi adie yo okantamanto. Uradi ayebo udi ayebo mrane. Yada wasi. And neria insu yada wasi. If say ye share jumedi asi uradi wuni yesha siye. ɛna wo ne ya bɛ ewie ya pa wɔ Yesu de mo me bɔ mpaeɛ wɔ Yesu de mo bibi bia ya bɛ de din de no Awurade ma ne nyɛ dwuma yie wɔ Yesu de mo me bɔ mpaeɛ enisuade ho a wabɛtɔ president na koma so wɔde ama ne ma wɔde ɔma to dwumadie ne na no me bɔ mpaeɛ sɛ ne na ɛbɛkɔ yie na ɛbɛma yɛn a yɛwɔ ɔman mu nso no yɛn ho atɔ yɛ wɔ Yesu de mo me sa me bɔ mpaeɛ ma central region sɛ central region tumpo central region kɔnenim development embra central region wɔ Yesu de mo afɛ me bɔ mpaeɛ wɔ Yesu de mo sɛ Awurade ma wo bia kai ma o ma Awurade ma ɔmo nkai yɛ wa Awurade ka wo bia kuma institution bia kuma ɔmo nkai ma wa na ma yɛ sommo sɛ yɛ wɔ mu a yɛ hyɛ ma ne yɛ ma ɛwɔ Yesu dim na yɛ bɔ mpaeɛ sɛ sɛ wo bibia waba ha Awurade bɔ bia ho ban na mfa ɔmo kɔdu bebia wo mo fi bia wa somdwe mu ɛwɔ Yesu dim amen.
Thank you very much. So we end the program. The MP says when we go to our churches and our mosques, we should pray for a president for this region, so that next time we'll get it tomorrow. Thank you. Lunch will be served out there. Please, when you walk out of the entrance, if you don't know, ask where they will serve the lunch. Thank you all very much for coming, and God bless you all.